flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to give notice that prior to this meeting, we had an executive session involving all 7 commissioners at which we discussed litigation and personnel matters. All right, we're going to go to the first item on the agenda, which is a commendation of merit for our police officers. Chief Superintendent Colarulo, please.
Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, I'd like to call Officer Chris Gluck up to the front, along with the 2 lieutenants. And also, just want to let everybody know, he's a newlywed. Chris got married about 2 months ago, so I'm going to have his wife come up, too. Come on up. Come on. We do something in Radnor Township where we have an internship in our detective division. We have officers that are very well performing in patrol functions that have a desire to someday be an investigator. So based on the lieutenant's decision, those people do an internship in the detective division to learn the ways of our investigative techniques and things like that. Well, Chris Gluck spent about 3 or 4 months in the detective division, and when he was down there, his performance was exemplary, just like it is in patrol. And he was assigned one particular case that's noteworthy of commendation. And what happened was, it was January 30th of 2015. He was assigned to the Wayne Nursing Home, where there was a nurse that was working there, and apparently there was a problem with the narcotics, the way it was being dispensed, and the narcotics was going missing, and it was controlled substances, opiates and things of that nature. Chris began an investigation, and he found that the same woman worked at 2 other nursing homes, and he found out through an intense investigation that this woman was not only stealing narcotics, but she was writing phony scripts. It was a very intense, tedious investigation. He had to do handwriting analysis and everything like that. But because of his exemplary performance, this woman is now behind bars. So now, be it resolved that Christopher Gluck of the Radnor Township Police Department is awarded the Commendation of Merit for his act of intelligent, valuable police investigation and arrest through highly skilled performance as a Radnor Township police officer. Congratulations.
We're going to continue on with recognitions and commendations. Bob Zinkowski.
Steve, if you want to join me up here. I know it's not very often that we get the opportunity to recognize our Public Works gentlemen. I know most of you see them around town a lot here, providing outstanding services to our community here. And tonight it's a privilege to get to honor several of our outstanding gentlemen here. So if Doug Mills, Jamal Harrison, and Daryl Harley, if you guys can join me up here. It's probably one of the departments here that's a pleasure, because I can't think of one time I've ever received a phone call or an email that's negative about our Public Works Department. Not saying anything about any of the other departments, so I just want to say that about those. Received a letter on October 13th, and it was signed by, I think, 45 neighbors of Conestoga Village that spoke about these 3 gentlemen here. And if I can just read a little bit about this, and it was a letter that was signed by all the neighbors. that talked about. It's a long overdue letter, but one that many residents of Conestoga Village, Ward 7, have collectively discussed to forward. The neighbors below would like to acknowledge the crew members, Doug, Darrell, and Jamal, which is assigned to our streets. We are very appreciative of their hard work. Despite inclement weather conditions, they always work with a smile and show the utmost kindness. We can attest to their good nature, their hard work, and their willingness to always help. We are all grateful to their service they provide to our community. They are often teased of their celebrity-like status, which they are. They receive more beeps and waves. They are very keen in their observations, especially with our elderly neighbors, and are kind and genuine individuals. And I know that when I first started, there was actually, I believe there was a cat on somebody's roof or something like that that was noticed. And actually it was, I believe they assisted and noticed it. They actually made a phone call, and there was some assistance that was taken care of, and they helped get one of the cats off somebody's roof there that noticed it just wasn't correct. So they do keep an eye on the neighborhood, too, of what looks right and what doesn't look in the neighborhood, another set of eyes. They bring an element of compassion to their hard work, and we would be remiss to not acknowledge their value to our community. Thank you to these three individuals who make a positive impact in our everyday living. With sincere gratitude, the neighbors of Conestoga Village. And I think they sum it up very well for the hard work and what they do to this community. Whether it's raining, it's warm, it's hot, 100 degrees, they're out there. It's 10 below zero, raining and snowing. They're out there every day. And I can tell you, it's very proud to recognize the entire department, these three individuals. They do a great job. So on behalf of the entire department, congratulations.
Well, Bob, I will add that it's gentlemen like them that build what a wonderful reputation we have in our Public Works Department. And I'm going to make a claim here that we have the best Public Works Department in the 5-county Philadelphia area. They're really great. Bob, I think we have some more recognitions now.
At this point, we'd like to call up Lieutenant Chris Flanagan, Lieutenant Andy Block. If you remember, there was something in the works for over a year that happened in late September, and I'll give you a hint, it wasn't the Phillies going to the playoffs. So without further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Lieutenant Flanagan, who will explain to you why we have so many people in the room here.
Thank you, Chief Colorillo. As you can see, the table is loaded with many awards, and the weekend of the papal visit created a massive impact on the 5-county region, and every township and borough around that area was greatly affected. The great story tonight is we're going to be acknowledging several partners who helped this township succeed with a significantly solid operational plan that basically we were operating without incident, meaning negative impact to the community, and the service remained at a high level. We will get right into the awards. We've broken it down into a couple different ways, but there were some business partners and some community partners, organizations that in particular stood out. Brandywine Trust Realty, if you could come up while you're here. Brandywine Trust Realty basically opened their doors without hesitation, really I should say opened their parking lot to us, that we were able to manage significantly the situation regarding all the parking, and we're able to keep all the township streets open. Without their partnership, we would not have had that, including calling last minute saying there's 5 lights out in the back parking lot and they were fixed the next morning. So we are extremely thankful for Brandywine Trust Realty. The Delaware County Emergency Management, and if you could come up, and also where's Sergeant Smith? You could come up. Sergeant Smith worked significantly with Delaware County as a team. Sergeant Smith was the liaison with the county, where we had to work hand in hand and give daily and hourly operational reports on our plans. Without Delaware County support and lending and management, we would not have been able to successfully operate. So congratulations on your acknowledgement. That's Eastern University. I believe Jim McGee's here. Eastern University, without hesitation, also offered parking lots. They also offered food support, and they offered a dorm in case we had to house the military or extra personnel. Jim McGee stepped right up to the plate, and the entire university, and we would like to thank them for their support. The Radnor Valley Country Club, Rob, if you could come up. The Radnor Valley Country Club helped us. We had significant parking issues, and as you know, they opened up these great big lots, but after walking a little bit in time, we realized we needed some golf carts. Radnor Valley, without hesitation, offered up 4 of their golf carts, which made our parking unit be able to be extremely efficient there. Thank you very much for your assistance. SEPTA should be in there. We'd like SEPTA, if they could please come up. These guys had a rough job this year. They had to come up with a transportation plan, and there were many critics and many supporters of what SEPTA did. I can tell you firsthand on behalf of Radnor Township, we're very thankful. They rented light towers, they assisted us, they changed around some things to make sure that our community was first, and the visitors and all the people coming in were safely taken care of. We're very thankful for SEPTA's partnership in this event. Thank you. Is anybody here from Chester Springs, Harley? Okay, we'll skip to the next one. There'll be a couple more awards coming from some of the other resources that assisted us in the month of November. I want to talk about one group that is always here specifically for this township on an everyday basis, and we know about many of those stories, but in particular, they had to really commit a lot of resource and join George Smith in a lot of the planning. I'd ask that the Radnor Fire Company come forward. Not only did Radnor Fire Company have to handle all their daily calls, make sure that their apparatus was, they actually created an extensive EMS plan that allowed medical care and ATVs at all the sites where the trains were, and we were able to provide any service needed. There was a couple injuries that occurred there, and without their partnership, this would not have gone smoothly. So we are truly thankful, as always, for the Radnor Fire Company. Matthews Paoli Ford. Matthews Paoli Ford was able to provide us with a van that was used by our Citizens Brigade, which you will hear about in a little bit. But without their offering of the van to help transport officers and our Citizens Police officers, we would not have had the successful operations. We're very, very thankful for Matthews Paoli Ford for lending us a van. We're going to go right into some of the backbone of what occurred, and a lot of times these people, you see them out in the streets, but you don't really get to know who they are. I'm going to ask Roger Britt, Benjamin Brody, Chris Canazzi, Ruth Deach, Kyle Hand, and Deborah Hicks, if they're in attendance, to come forward. These individuals stood post at very unusual hours in the dark, in the cold, and were able to assist with parking and help us manage this parking situation very well. We'd like to thank you for your service. We're going to end with the Radnor Citizens Police Organization. So we're going to ask the entire brigade to come forward, stand behind us as the commissioners. This is a very exciting time. As you are aware, the chief of police and the manager asked us to run a Citizens Police Academy, and these individuals, several of them, have been through that program or are a member of our existing Town Watch unit, which is now butted into the Radnor Citizens Police Organization, which you can see firsthand, this brigade with the shirts that the township provided them. And they were a significant help in this event, where they manned parking lots, did different events, and specifically gave aid to residents and visitors who were not familiar with the parking or the changed lineup. We received several thank yous for the work these people did. These citizens with no compensation were on post at 4 in the morning and worked all through the papal visit. I think it's a demonstration of the power of our citizens in Radnor and how we can work together as a team. I'd like to acknowledge the following members: John Aiken, Mark Blair, Tom Bynum, Patty Sepa, Emmanuel Clark, Paul Cryan, Jean Marie Cryan, Jeffrey Dorfman, Joseph Froney, Louis Gaskins, Peggy Gaskins, Sam Horsey, Patrick Kipp, Ted Laws, Chris Landowski, Deborah Laurie, Robert McDonald, Ed Novak, Brenda Oliphant, Christina Peroni, Robert Risotto, Tom Salinzi, Lawrence Smith, Cindy Spurtle, Jeff Stacy, John Tolucci, John Tolucci Jr., Charlene Tolucci, Samantha Tolucci, Fran Thompson, Pete Flodman, and Andre Williams. And without their successful support, we would not have this type of mission.
While Chris is giving those out, just to understand the magnitude of that day of how much they assisted the township and our police force, and to know that they're volunteers and the time that they have put in for not only the training, but also the amount of money that they saved the township by their volunteer hours and the time they put in was outstanding. So thank you all very much for that. But also, too, we recently had a pumpkin patch event in which they did a tremendous job in directing the traffic and the vehicles, which I think were almost how many vehicles?
Well, we had about 5,000 in attendance, so I think
you had
we were.
that, so they volunteered. They did a tremendous job of traffic control down there, which helped the township out in the police department. So this is an outstanding group of dedicated individuals that volunteer their time and their hours that make a commitment to Radnor Township, which is just absolutely incredible. So thank you very much for all of that. Thank you. I also want to thank, while all this was going on, and Lieutenant Andy Block ran our shift operations as this was going on. Andy put an extreme amount of time into this that made sure our day-to-day operations were not affected or impacted any of our police operations that were going on. Andy, thank you very much for taking care of that. There are two commendations of merit that we would like to present here to both Sergeant George Smith and Lieutenant Chris Flanagan. There was a tremendous amount of time they put in from the planning and organization to this entire event to make sure this went out to protect the residents of this community. We know when this event, we first heard about this down in Delaware County, and the amount of time that was going to be expected here and the amount of people that the impact was going to take place here. There was, outside of their normal duties, they also took place with a lot of meetings throughout the county, throughout the region to make sure that this went off with like clockwork here. And it sure did go without precision here. And these two individuals went above and beyond to make sure this township was protected. We were well prepared. Thank goodness nothing happened here. But I can tell you we were prepared if something did, and I think that's the biggest part of that. So Chris and George, on behalf of the township here and the superintendent of police, this is a special commendation of merit for both of you for an outstanding job. Well done. Thanks again. You guys want to follow?
All right. We are moving on now to item 4 on our agenda. That's public participation. We have this at this point in the agenda to allow for people that cannot stay till the end of the meeting. And tonight we do have a full agenda. We have our budget, we have the capital program, we have the North Wayne Field project discussion. So if anybody would like to speak now on a matter of public concern, they are welcome to come forward. We ask you to keep your comments limited to 5 minutes, and in respect of other people that want to speak, and in respect of us to get through our business agenda. Please, thank you.
Hi, my name is Becky Nuttall, and like this. Okay. My name is Becky Nuttall, and I'm really here for a couple of things. You know, the subdivision for North Wayne Field is really important to me, and I would like you guys to table the vote about that away from tonight. I think that we don't want to politicize it, and it seems to be a little bit close to election time, and it does seem to me that there needs to be maybe a little bit more discussion about some of this. I also had a question. It does seem from the agenda that the vote was going to be on the budget, but then it was after the vote you were going to talk about a couple of the items on the budget. So am I mistaken on that? That doesn't seem right to me.
Budget's an introduction,
Yeah.
but
It just looks like maybe I'm not reading it right.
the budget is introduced, and then it's discussed, and then eventually adopted at subsequent meeting.
I gotcha.
So we will be
Okay.
talking about it every meeting until
Okay.
December.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Dan Sherry, Wayne, just first a quick point of clarification. Jim Higgins typically gives the introduction that the public comment at the beginning of the meeting is for people that can't stay for the whole meeting. There's no resolution backing that. There's no part of the code that backs that. There's no ordinance that backs that. So anyone who wants to speak at the beginning of the meeting can also speak during public participation throughout the meeting, as well as public participation in the end. And I regret that that is continually said at the start of meetings. It has a chilling effect. That's unwarranted. I'm going to be speaking in significant detail later tonight about this North Wayne Field issue. And apologies to the previous speaker, thought that as being maybe politicized is an understatement to an unbelievable degree. It's been heavily politicized. It deserves to be talked about at great length as to why it's coming forward now, particularly this close to an election, but because there is a time limit that's placed on speakers and enforced quite enthusiastically by a couple of people up on the dais, I'm going to move to the real reason why I'm speaking at the start of the meeting tonight. And it's directed to you, Ms. Tamola. Ms. Tamola, a couple meetings ago, you were appointed to be Third Ward Commissioner by a group of people who are extremely closely tied to the Radnor Conservancy. The only reason, in fact, that you were up there on that dais is because one former executive director of the Radnor Conservancy voted you in. That's Elaine Paul Schaefer. Another former executive director of the Radnor Conservancy, John Nagel, reversed a public position he had taken to vote you in. and John Fisher, that's John Fisher with a C, former president of the Radnor Conservancy, voted to appoint you 3rd Ward Commissioner. So to call you the Conservancy Commissioner is quite fair. The only other person who voted you in is Jim Higgins, who we'll be talking about again later in this evening involving North Wayne Field. The reason I bring that up is because tonight we're talking about the budget, and one of the more important issues in terms of township finances has been the funding of the Ardrossan parcel. And about 7 months ago, I inquired from this board as to how much the Radnor Conservancy had contributed to the Ardrossan parcel. It was very important to me because the Conservancy was given a very prominent seat at the table involving negotiations. We ended up spending 8 figures for it, in excess of $10 million, I believe. But the only indication as to how much the Conservancy had actually paid came from Elaine Paul Schaefer, and her response was very cryptic. It was, it's not in excess of 6 figures, which could mean anywhere from 1 penny to $99,999.99. Quite a range. Now, when I asked that, the response, as you may know, was the outburst, "Somebody shoot you," from the individual seated to your left, John Nagel. And then for months afterwards, the conversation shifted into what John Nagel said and the ethics investigation and the subsequent action that was taken by this board, 6-0 vote reprimanding John Nagel. But to date, no real answer as to how much the Conservancy has contributed. Now, despite getting on this board through the votes of Conservancy executive directors and the Conservancy president, and despite you previously being on the board of directors of the Radnor Conservancy, in none of your campaign literature do you state your role in the Radnor Conservancy. It's not on any of your literature, it's not on your website, and none of the letters to the editor about you have referenced it. My deduction from that is that you are embarrassed about your involvement in that group. That's why you're not bringing it up, and I applaud you for that. I'd be embarrassed too. But part of your role now as being a commissioner for everyone, despite how you got on the board, you're now a commissioner for everyone, is to come clean and do what John Nagel and Elaine Paul Schaefer to date have not done. And that's disclose how much the Radnor Conservancy, which pushed and pushed and pushed for this township to spend over $10 million for Ardrossan, how much money has that organization put in? They claim more than 300 members. They've been around since at least 10 years ago, all the way up to the current date. Will you please, because John Nagel has the "somebody shoot you" comment, Elaine Paul Schaefer has remained mum, will you, now that you are on the Board of Commissioners, tell the public how much the Radnor Conservancy contributed to the Ardrossan parcel?
I would if I knew.
So despite being a former director of the Radnor Conservancy, again, which you don't even put on your literature, you are ignorant as to how much that group put forth to the only parcel that group has ever cared about. That's really what you want everybody here to believe, that you have no idea. Elaine Paul Schaefer knows, John Nagel clearly knows, otherwise you wouldn't have had that outburst, and you're ignorant. Assuming that's true, again, I would
Mr. Sherry, we're at your 5-minute mark.
Would you please, board in the future
Mr. Sherry,
to give any credence.
You are at the 5-minute mark. Would you please wrap up your comments?
Certainly. I'll again be back to talk about you in a little bit, Commissioner Higgins. But again, in the future, please, please keep this in mind, what you see here tonight. This group pushed so hard. We've spent more than $10 million. You're talking about budgets, and this group still will not be forthcoming as to how much they've contributed. Again, I guess I should say that I'm saddened, but since I'm not surprised by that answer, one gets what one expects from former higher-ups in the Radnor Conservancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Ken Taylor from Willow Avenue. I will speak when it comes up as an agenda item as to the need for, the long wait for, and the engineering justification and expense justification for the North Waynefield project when it comes up on the agenda. But as a preparatory item, I'm bringing this forward at this time, and that is there's a member of this board whose spouse is a lead negotiator for the entity that's on the other side of the land acquisition that will be required should this board move to pursue the North Waynefield project. That individual, whose wife is on the school board, needs to make an election tonight whether to recuse himself as to any further involvement in this topic, and if he does not do so, then he is putting his spouse in a position of being the one that is forced to recuse herself. It is bad enough that, as the Sunshine Law permits, that both of these boards can conduct negotiations having to do with the acquisition of real estate in executive session. That's understandable. But to take it further, the existence of individuals on both of those executive session boards being in a single family speaks to the appearance of impropriety, as would require one of these individuals to step aside in the negotiations. It's not for me to determine which one it is, but it is for me to, on the basis that this is an appearance of impropriety, and to the taxpayers of this township, to say that it should happen to one of them. They can decide among themselves which one will recuse themselves, but it doesn't pass the smell test that individuals negotiating for the sale and acquisition of a piece of property come from the same family, probably filed joint tax returns, and are going to be making these decisions on both sides of this particular decision. If one recuses, I don't have any problem with the other one participating, but one of them has to recuse.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Anybody else?
Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road. I may stick around and I may not. Depends how long you guys go. But hello. It's budget time. It's my favorite time. I think there's always a lot of push and pull, and we can always improve. And certainly, in my humble opinion, when times are decent or good, as they are right now in America, and certainly in Radnor Township, when you propose a tax increase, that is a failure in management here, because the manager's budget is right. He's proposing no tax increase. So if the board elects to raise our debt so that we are tripped into a tax increase for whatever noble reasons, it's a failure in your leadership, all of you. Okay? There's no need. It's a solid budget. There's ways to parse out the projects that you wish, whether it be the library. Clem Marcone is a great project, John. I'm solidly behind it. But if you split the calendar years to afford it, and we use some of our excess funding from our cash balances, we can get it done probably without any debt increase, quite frankly. I have the numbers to back it up. But since we are at 5 minutes, it's hard to push all these things. What I'd like to see tonight is when you look at any kind of bond increase or debt increase, that you ask Bill White and his group to do some sensitivity analysis instead of voting on it. It's too soon. Half the people, 3/4 of the people in Radnor Township do not know that they're getting, I don't even know what the number is because it keeps moving. Is it $11 million? Is it $15 million in a bond ordinance, which is the largest I've seen since I've been here? Have him do some sensitivity analysis and look at parsing Clem Marcone through split years, then the library through split years, and ask the library to do what the Lower Marion Library System did. They raised 20% of each budgetary library over there. That is fair and reasonable. They have an endowment of $4.5 million. They have not even begun their capital campaign except for their low-hanging fruit people. Let them work another year. I'm sure they're going to get the money. People love them. They have a lot of passion on the board. They're working hard. But if we have to put it out 24 months to 30 months, because probably construction schedules will work that way anyways, then without a tax increase, it is for the greater good. It is for good governance. How dare we look at a tax increase by raising debt for these projects when we can do them in a fairly concise time, 5-year capital plan as we put forth every year, probably get most of them done in 5 years without a tax increase. I really want you to think about good governance, not the Louisiana pork or whatever each ward is putting forth for their debt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Martin Heldring, 305 Audubon Avenue. I was unable to attend the last meeting, but did watch it on television, and may not be able to stay the whole night. So I have a question first with regard to the bond discussion that occurred at the last meeting and will occur again tonight. And that is, there was roughly a 2-hour discussion of it last time. I didn't time the whole thing, but roughly 2 hours. And several of you spoke quite eloquently about how the various projects to be financed by that bond had been vetted by, for example, Parks and Rec and the various committees. So my question, though, is why, you also spoke about how favorably you think CBFAC and CARFAC have the work that they've done. So my question is, why wasn't the financing of this vetted through CARFAC? Just to remind everybody, CARFAC stands for the Citizens Audit Review and Financial Advisory Committee. It would seem highly relevant that they would be involved, particularly since one comment suggested that the Parks and Rec, although they had vetted the projects, did not vet the financing of them, quote unquote, understandably. I'm curious, why? There was comments that it was rushed, I think by Mr. Curley. Why? You go to Mr. Rice for a legal question. For all of you, if you got a medical issue, you go to a doctor. Why wouldn't you go to your financial experts to vet this? Anybody? Silence is not comforting.
I know we've...
Isn't the... I don't... Is that a rhetorical question or a real question?
No,
okay.
no, it's not. I'm asking. Okay, I'm curious. I'd like to know.
Because there were 4 people that supported it, and there were 4 people who didn't think it was necessary to proceed. So correct? Okay. I mean, is there a conclusion that you can make other than that conclusion?
So,
I mean, three people obviously didn't agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. So then a couple of comments relating to that then. This, as a taxpayer, this would be more comforting if I stood here and looked at this board and saw a lot of financial expertise. I'm not saying everyone, with exceptions, but if I saw a lot of financial expertise, I'd feel a little bit better about that. But let me give you a couple examples of what I heard during this meeting. Twice, when one commissioner tried to verbalize the amount of the bond resolution, I quote, "It's 11,565,000. Now, I don't know where in school they teach you to verbalize numbers. I think it's middle school. Another number, 8,250,000. I don't know what that is. Okay? I don't know what that is. But I just want you to understand how painful that is for someone to listen to when you're having a discussion about $11.5 million, and that's the level of expertise, and you've hired all these experts on that committee. And full disclosure here, one of the reasons I'm a little bit sensitive about this is I agreed to serve on CARFAC. I also chair the Capital Needs Subcommittee, which, oh, by the way, you'd think this would have showed up. So I'm sitting here saying, why am I wasting my time? If you're going to go off and do this without talking to your experts, why should I waste my time? I got a lot of things to do. I got a lot of things to do. Ms. Tamola, in 2 hours, now speaking as a Ward 3, I agree entirely with Mr. Sherry's comments with regard to your appointment here. It was, in my view, unseemly at best. But in 2 hours, in that discussion, you uttered 2 words. I'm sorry, 1 word twice. Second was the word to Ms. Schaefer's resolution. Now, as a resident of Ward 3, I would expect tonight that you would provide a cogent, thoughtful analysis of why you think it's a good idea that all the residents of Ward 3 have their taxes increased, and not be a puppet of whatever Ms. Schaefer happens to want to do. We expect you to represent us for whatever amount of time you're here. So I'm going to be, whether I can stay or not, I will be watching to see if you do that. Lastly, off the budget for a second, although it's tied to it, the library discussion. I forget how many million is involved in this bond financing. I think all of us are supporters of libraries, but I have 3 children that are roughly college age, and it's fascinating when you go to colleges. There's buildings everywhere, right? Everywhere, they're building something, but what are they not touching? The libraries. Why? Because they really don't know what to do with them. They don't know what the future holds. Now, you're about to suggest that we borrow for 30 years, X million dollars for this library, and there is no point of discussion about what the future of the library is. For example, do you know that at Radnor High School, there's something I think called Overdrive, where if you're a student, you go online, you request a book, and you get it on your Kindle, or you get it audio, or the book is delivered to you. You don't go to the library. Is that the future? I'm not an expert, but before you guys spend several million dollars on fixing that, there ought to be some discussion about whether it's an appropriate expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heldring. Mr. Sullivan.
Hi, Jim. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thanks for having me. And community, hopefully I can be positive. Boy, these meetings keep getting worse every year. I need some enlightenment. I live at 204 West Beach Tree. I am adjoining the basin. I lived there since '85, so I was there when the basin went in. I watched it go in. Professionally, I have some interest in stormwater basins. I've done a lot of land development over my years. Respectfully, I'll speak with Steve Norsini or Bob Z about issues. Jim, I get responses and I appreciate it. There's some word going around that the basin value's going up, the cost of it. I'm not surprised by that. Now I understand that a piece of real estate in Radnor Township, be it institutional, maybe commercial, possibly residential, which probably goes, if it's residential, probably goes for about $300,000 an acre. Now we're taking that piece of property and we're going to carve it up. Right now, I think the only encumbrance on it is probably the easement for the basin. So now we're going to take this piece of real estate, and we're going to take the bundle of rights that this real estate has. We're going to take one of the sticks away. An acre, we're going to have easements for the school district to get to the properties, for all the children to traverse it. So I have concern when we're dealing with real estate and how we take the rights away from it. Because if by chance a school district needs cash flow, we've now restricted that asset. Now, I try not to sit on my brains, but that doesn't make too much sense. So I'm wondering if what we're doing is correct, because as a number of us know, the basin that went in back in '91 was installed for a 2-year storm, installed properly, but was never maintained. Again, never maintained. Should have been. The responsibility, I believe, is probably the township or an authority, I'm not sure. Then the transportation, Amtrak puts in the high-speed turn lanes. They take out all the old railroad tie. They throw them on the side of the swales. They then wash into the culvert, chokes the culvert off. Eventually, it chokes off the basin blows out, goes down in Bill Bruno's driveway. Now, seen a lot of storms in Wayne. Like I said, I grew up here, lived at my house now since '85. July 10th, 2007, we got 4 inches of rain in 45 minutes. We've had hurricanes, we've had all kinds of issues. I've seen the roads flood. I understand what we're trying to do here. I understand the percentage of what we're going to do is minimal. But I recognize there's other ways. And then tonight, by God, maybe, I see that we have 227, 229 Plant Avenue up. Now, that's in the same watershed, probably about 250 feet from the creek, right up from Mr. Taylor's house on Willow, I guess. Now, that house is a twin. I think from watching, they want to put 3 there. I mentioned it to Jim Higgins. Well, that's a perfect thing for the township to purchase and put in a rain garden and take all the water coming from Little Chicago. If anyone knows what Little Chicago is, it's a section of North Wayne where old McCurry Bar was, from Pennsylvania Avenue, there's a hillside there. That water could go to 227, 229. We could put weirs in. We could cut the water out that's going to Mr. Taylor's property. It would improve Mr. Bruno's property because that's working in the shed. What we're trying to do is put our socks over top of our shoes by fixing a basin, making it bigger to handle something that hasn't been managed well. I recognize the $675,000 improvement should go in. I recognize that. I agreed to it. I've heard it. I think it's going to go in. My concern is it's going to be a lot greater than that. My concern is the piece of real estate that the school district owns. My concern is that we're not looking at other aspects of how we can improve the drainage in this area. So hopefully I can get enlightened tonight when I go home because I have to go to bed early tonight. But I'm hoping that through what I've said about the value of real estate, from what I said about a piece of property that's coming up for a resolution tonight, that's going to take a density and increase it, not minimize it, in the same shed, within 150 feet of said creek. I don't get it. I think it kind of makes sense to look at things a little differently. Maybe if we do, maybe we can have a little more, less animosity that happens here every other Monday night. Because we're in Radnor Township. 19087 is probably one of the nicest zip codes in the world to live. We need to do some respect with our neighbors, with each other, and think about each other. We ought to live to benefit others, not just benefit ourselves. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mrs. Pearsall.
Hi. Kathy Pearsall, 114 West Beechtree Lane. I have a few questions and comments that I would like to read tonight. I've lived with the park, North Wayne Park, as my side and back neighbor for 32 years. My husband, who has lived in Wayne for over 50 years, played in this park as a child. We're among the many who believe that the basin will do little to alleviate the flooding issues and that the cost of the project, which will end up close to $1 million, needs to be spent on a solution that will impact the problem more significantly. My questions. I'd like to know what the amended plan is that addresses access for the Radnor Township School District. Will I hear that at some point?
I think we'll have that discussion, yes, when we get to the item on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. In the final engineering plans, I'd like to know if the soccer field remains intact or if the basin eliminates it. If it is eliminated, do you know what the plan is for the school children?
Well, again, we'll discuss that later, but I'm not sure. Is the soccer field left field and center field of the baseball diamond? Is that where you're referring to?
Well, Nick Cooper and I looked at the most recent plans when they came out in January. We studied them carefully. We thought it was still there, but I'm not sure. Yeah. No one has ever acknowledged that it's still usable. I don't know. Well, this has never been discussed publicly.
It has suffered from a problem of wet turf.
But they're there to practice now.
That's not going to change. I'm sorry.
That's my question.
The field will stay. The soccer area will stay. And we're going to try to improve it with an underground drainage system.
Thank you.
So.
Many of us remain disappointed about the inconsistent communication that has continued about this project. The request for openness and transparency has not yet been totally achieved. In tonight's agenda, the proposed $15.5 million bond issue features a list of potential places in the township for park amenities and improvements. North Wayne Park is not on your list, but it could be. While there will be upgrading of other parks, there will only be downgrading of this one. A neighbor of mine who's out of town tonight said to me, imagine just $1 to wreck the park. Her comment reflects the frustration many residents feel. If that huge sum of money is allocated and approved, then there are funds to abate stormwater in a way that won't degrade the community's or school district's use of the park. Place the basin underground, or better yet, locate a place outside the field where excavation will produce the better effect. Enhance the quality of this park as part of your overall goal. I ask that you look to the engineering experts to help craft a better solution before we witness the irreversible scarring of precious green space by 10-foot-high rails of chain link fence for a project that will have little positive outcome and a waste of money that could be used to implement a more productive plan for this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Mrs.
Hi, Helen
McGrain.
McGrain. I just wanted to address the issue about our public library still relevant. We're more than just books. We also use Overdrive. 50% of the township has and uses library cards. We have 500-plus programs with 16,000 people attending those in a year. We've had almost 200,000 visitors last year. People come to gather, collaborate, learn, be entertained. Every segment of Radnor Township uses our libraries. Kids, the elderly, moms, business people come for meetings. So everyone in this township values the library, and we believe the funding is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Dale, and I'm the Executive Director of Delaware County Women Against Rape. And with me is Candace Linehan, who is the Director of Sexual Assault Services at Delaware County Women Against Rape. We've come tonight basically to thank Radnor Township, and very specifically the Radnor Township Police Department, with whom we work regularly. You may not know this, but one of the really essential ways, or one of the really essential factors in a victim's recovery from sexual assault is that the victim have an advocate with her at all stages during the process. And that process for a victim can include reporting it to the police, being taken to the hospital for a forensic medical examination, enduring a long court proceeding. And we want to, last year the Radnor Police Department commended us for our work, and we would like to thank them again tonight publicly, because they are a delight to work with. They are very sensitive to our victims. They call us always when they have a victim come to them to report a sexual assault. We are always with them during the time that they are investigating, during the time that they're questioning the victim and proceeding with the investigation of the case. So we just wanted to come and give the Radnor Police Department and Radnor Township our thanks for the good work that they do.
Thank you, Mrs. Tan.
Mr. President, if I may, I'd just like to thank this organization for coming tonight, and thank you for all the help that you've given to our police department. I know that with Villanova, with their creation that they're looking at with their armed police department here, I know that some of the staff members at Villanova have made contact with several residents here, and questions have been made about our police department, and the reason why they're looking to establish their department is that our department is not sensitive to women's issues. And I just want to say that is just a complete outright lie. So if you hear that, that is not accurate, and our police department does respond. And I thank you for being here to support that. So thank you very much.
Well, Mr. Superintendent and your two lieutenants, why don't you stand up and take a bow? You've been praised nicely.
Hello, Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut Avenue, Wayne. I'm sure I'll be back again tonight. I'm not sure if I can stay for the entire meeting, but I just wanted to quickly frame the conversation regarding the budget and some of the line items that were attributed to the budget. And it's a question for the board. We know we've seen an increase of the bond issuance from $8.25 million to $15.5 million. That's a $4,250,000 increase in 2 weeks, and I'm sure there's probably perfectly good rationale for that. One of the things I was considering, though, when we looked at the 2006 bond referendum that was voted on publicly for open space, that was a $20 million commitment to open space purchases. I actually voted for it at the time because it seemed like it made a lot of sense given the development that was occurring and has continued to proceed in the township. A question for the board, and you can answer this later during the budget discussion. There was a 10-year sunset on that $20 million referendum, meaning for anybody in the audience, we voted $20 million in 10 years ago or 9 years ago. We have to spend the $20 million or there's a sunset and we can't spend any more based on that referendum. So my question is that referendum part of your rationale for increasing the issuance of the bonds by $4.25 million in 2 weeks? Secondly, will we get to see a schedule of the sources and uses of the funds for this referendum? Because, as Leslie said, I've never seen a bond issuance of this size since we've been homeowners here. So there's probably a good background of what we need all these funds for. And Bill or Bob, will we see the exhibit? Will we be able to see the exhibit at some point?
Exhibit should be on the table.
It's in the materials.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
Okay.
Exhibit B to the bond ordinance.
Okay, Jim. Because I think last time when this discussion came up, the exhibit was getting put together the weekend before the Monday night meeting. Typically, at least in the private sector, when we look at spending these types of amounts for capital improvements, there's an exhibit where the not only the line item exists, but also there was a method as to how we got to those numbers. Typically, it's a bidding process, and we get to a number based on 3 or 4 bids. I don't know if we've gotten to that level yet of detail.
Well, it's Schedule A. I said Schedule B. It's Schedule A. But there's been no bidding because at this point it's an evaluation and an estimate by our staff as to where the improvements are needed.
No, I understand that.
We couldn't go out to...
And architects, and according to our requirements, they either come from direct sealed bidding or from architects or other experts.
Understood, but we're voting on a $15.5 million bond issue.
Well, we're voting on the ability to borrow up to that amount.
Right.
But in the reality, as in the new year, as some of that money is needed, the estimates will be tightened up and we'll understand better exactly what we need. We don't want to borrow any more than we need.
Right, and that's my point. So question A is, was this bond referendum in 2006 part of the decision-making for the increase in funds in the bond issuance? And number 2, have we really explored the sources and the uses? What are we paying for and how much are we paying? So, you know, that's just a question out there for the board. I guess lastly, as a part of the 2016 budget year, has the police and public employees pension fund for health care and for their pension benefits, will that be fully funded as a part of the budget? And I guess we can get to that later. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Mr. President, if I could, just real quick,
yes,
on the bonds. As was introduced at the last meeting, the amount of the borrowing is still at $8,250,000 of new money. I think that's where the confusion's at. The new money piece is the $8.25 million. There is a refunding piece of approximately $3.3 million. And then, without getting into too much detail now, because we'll get into it later, the difference above that is a requirement of DCED that per maturity on 20-year bonds, we have to assume the highest amount of pricing on each maturity. So it requires a higher amount to be included in the ordinance than will actually be adopted. Because in reality, if you have higher prices on the short-term maturities, you lower those on the back end to keep your total borrowing at the same level, but you can't submit the information to DCED that way. So it's a rounded up number. The maximum amount of the borrowing, again, for the new money piece is at $8,250,000 plus the refunding of about $3.3 million.
And when you say refunding, just for the audience's benefit, you're referring to the 2002A bonds, which were general obligation bonds.
The 2010 bonds are the ones that would be refunded.
2010.
And for simplicity's sake, I mean, that's just a matter of refinancing a mortgage, for example, to take advantage of lower interest rates.
You have it right. I had 2010 bonds refunded the 2002A bonds.
2010.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Or, oh, yes, Mrs. Bailey. Mrs. Bailey?
Good evening, Board. Tony Bailey, Conestoga Village. I'm just here to air my frustration according to what I've read about this North Wayne subdivision. It's my understanding that already $420,000 has been spent mitigating the stormwater issues on North Wayne Field. Incorrect?
No, that's not right. Nowhere near that. We spent money on engineering to get this to this point, but it's not $420,000.
What has been spent on mitigating the stormwater issues on North Wayne Field?
Well, if you go way back to 1989, when the basin was built, maybe, and you take that cost, you might get up to where you are, but...
There has been $60,000 spent on this project to get us to this point, more than $60,000.
That's on engineering.
And now there is a proposal to spend $1 million?
No.
Incorrect?
Why don't we, can we hold off? And
Well,
we're going
I
to get
just-
into this in detail, and I think you'll have all your questions answered. If they're not, please come back up and we'll get to them.
Fine, I will wait to hear all that. It is in my very humble opinion that when this had been discussed recently, that this was not exactly what I would call an open and transparent process. I get a lot of my information through a very reliable pipeline, and I felt that this was very disingenuous in the making. To spend this money for a project on North Wayne Field, when in fact, we have been collecting stormwater fees via the taxpayers of Radnor Township, and also this piece of property is owned by the school board, which the taxpayers of Radnor Township fund every single year. They should have been invited to the conversation, making this an open and transparent process. If we are going to put our hands on the Bible and swear before God that we are going to do due diligence by our constituents, not just in our separate wards, but by the constituents of Radnor Township, then we need to do just that. Practice what you put your hand on the Bible to do and go forward and do it. It is my opinion, again, there has been one commissioner who has been consistent throughout all the processes that I've been involved in, and that is Commissioner Booker. He has listened, he has taken views of citizens and has gone forth with that. It's not just, I don't live in Commissioner Booker's ward, but I have spoken to him about issues that I feel that are important. I've spoken to him about issues that that he has voiced that I don't necessarily agree with. He has listened. We've had an open dialogue every single time where I have spoken to or emailed different commissioners over the years. I have gotten back from some, but as to whether or not they actually listened to what I said and put any of those ideas forth, I'm still waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Catherine Sleasley. I live on West Beach Tree Lane, and I would just like to echo the sentiments of Mrs. Bailey and Mrs. Natal and several people who've spoken previously. I would also strongly urge you to table the discussion of North Wayne Field. I'm extremely concerned that it is being heavily politicized. The fact that this is coming up now, I'm extremely concerned, as others have said in writing who couldn't be here tonight and people have already expressed tonight, about the complete lack of transparency. Many people have expressed concern with the lack of transparency, the lack of communication, the miscommunication out there on multiple occasions, yet it still continues. I understand that I think it's a little over $60,000 to answer the previous question that's been spent to date on something that hasn't, to my knowledge, even been approved by those who actually own the field. So that's money in addition to the, I think it's now almost $700,000 that's projected for the field. I'm concerned that folks are also being misled into a false sense of security about what this basin will actually do. Flooding is a significant problem in Wayne, and I think everyone acknowledges that and wants to come to a comprehensive solution that will actually have an impact. But if you've got 36 inches of water in your basement, the best case scenario, according to all these engineers, that's going to go down to 34 inches. If you're scared about having that much water in your basement, that's not going to change with this basin, according to the estimates of all the engineers. The incremental impact compared to the huge cost here is something that needs to be communicated to the people so that folks don't have a false sense of security and believe that this basin's actually going to have this tremendous impact, because it's a tremendous amount of money, that it's taxpayer money that's being spent on something that will not be spent on other stormwater solutions that are significant and need to happen. So I would strongly urge that this conversation wait until after the election and not continue to be politicized. I would ask that we acknowledge and respect the school board who owns the land and not get ahead of ourselves here, assuming that something has happened without the consent of all involved and without your constituents feeling that they can voice their opinions and have the respect of having a respectful conversation. And I don't know the gentleman's name who spoke earlier, but the idea of Plant Avenue, the idea of, SEPTA was here earlier, AT&T, there have been so many terrific ideas that could have a substantial effect on stormwater reduction, which is a significant problem here, that have been floated. And we're considering one that will have an incremental effect, cost a tremendous amount of money. When the gentleman who spoke earlier, let's be respectful to each other. Let's have a respectful conversation. Let's be honest about what this will do, about what it's cost to date, about what it will cost, and about other options that are out there that could have a much more significant impact on floodwater reduction in Wayne. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Scalisi. I just want to point out that we're really getting into the substance of the issue of the basin. We have two agenda items later on. So I would ask that perhaps we could cover non-basin issues now in public comment. And then, is there anybody else that wants to speak on, not on something related to North Wayne Basin? No? Okay.
I'm Basin, but I swear I'll be.
All right. How many more desire to speak about the project in North Wayne Field? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what do you think we should do?
Well, I think we need to get, what I'm hearing from a lot of the public is that there hasn't been transparency. And we actually have it on the agenda tonight, so it's transparent. So I'd like a chance to get the information out and then have a lively discussion. I think it's important to hear from Jim and myself and from staff on this. And I think then, I don't think there is anything substantial happening tonight. The vote to approve the funds to do that project happened, almost 2 years ago now? So the funding mechanism was already approved in a very public way. What hasn't been discussed much in public is whether or not the school district will cooperate with us to do this project. And that's what we would like to talk about tonight. Because it's between the school district and the township and the taxpayers. And it literally is a three-way conversation, and it's not done. I assure you, it's not done.
Yeah. So that's.
So
well, if we table, we can't discuss it. We will definitely discuss it. Okay.
All right, sir, Mr. Gallagher, you can come forward and talk into the microphone. but
we're not opposed to
can't.
you speaking now, but we have the budget to get through, which may not take too long, but it's on the agenda. I'd like to eventually get to it and then have public comment at that
Yeah.
point.
And
After the comments.
The benefit of that is I know it's been a while since you've heard the information on the technical aspects of the basin, the project, the timetable. And so I think it would be helpful when we get to the items on the regular agenda that you'll hear those facts and figures, and then you'll be able to come up and comment and contradict and challenge.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you very much. All right,
I have some input on that, though. Yeah, I mean, you're not, if you have, Annie, if you have something to say, by all means, please say it.
So I just wanted to, so it's Annie Hirschler. I live on 415 West Beach Tree Lane, and I just wanted to echo what Mr. Sullivan and Mrs. Pearsall said, which is it's a lot of money for a little bit of benefit. It really is the crux of it. And I am concerned that the school district is going to forfeit this land, and then we're going to be busing kids, and it's just another piece of a project that I'm not supporting. So for many reasons. So I just want you guys to know how I feel.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to have the opportunity to, a little feedback on what Jim and John said. I believe that what's on the agenda is very important. And John, I think you use language to me that minimize that. So I believe it is very important. I think there's action on it tonight. And my appeal is don't leave when we go back, because if you are opposed to this, we need you back here again when we discuss this, because if you all go home thinking you came, you made your peace, now we're going to go home, then you won't be here to affect this. So to me, this is an important item, and you need to be here for it when we take it for action.
I just have one question. My name is Patrick Harper at 423 West Beach Tree, and Commissioner Fisher, my only question to you is based on what you just mentioned. So are you telling us that there will be no vote or on further action about the North Wayne Basin tonight?
I didn't say that, but what I said...
I think that's what you led us to believe, that there is nothing going forward tonight, and that's what we're concerned about. So if you can commit that there is going to be no vote on any further action on the basin, or at least the commissioner not vote on other action until they actually own the property. I mean, that's kind of like project management 101. Okay. Until you actually own to do that. But if you can commit to us, then yes, we'll sit down and wait for that.
Okay. Under Robert's Rule of Order, under parliamentary rule, this board shall not discuss any item unless it's been moved and seconded. Okay?
I moved the table.
That's an option. That's an option. But the point is,
I think that was a little misleading, though, because I think you were saying that it was not going to move forward tonight. But
what I'm saying,
does seem like
the way this. Okay, let me clarify. If there's any kind of a deal between the township and the school district, it has to be memorialized in a public meeting with a written document. That document is not before us tonight.
Okay.
It is not before us. We don't have a contract with the school district. We don't even have agreement from the school district. So I'm just trying to be fair here that, in my opinion, I don't think this is a done deal. I think the school district is still wrestling with this. I think we're still wrestling with this. But in effort to get this in the public view, we put it on the agenda tonight because we're ready to discuss those specifics.
We can discuss it, but to your points, because it's not in writing, I would urge all of you not to bring it to a vote tonight until we actually own the property or until the public has had a chance, more than just tonight, more than just a couple minutes after the discussion, to process this and to provide feedback.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to move the consent agenda now. This is item 5. We have items A through H.
Excuse me, we still have point of order. We still have public comment. I mean, we can't, I know, this is our, I mean, we can't change the rules in the middle.
Why don't we then, Commissioner Fisher has suggested that we take the North Wayne Basin up, items C and D under, items D and E under Public Works, and put them in right now, and we'll have this all out now. Otherwise, I thought I have said that we want to get we want to get to these items, and and I thought that was the end of it, and people keep coming and coming and coming. I don't know what else to do.
My question doesn't have to do with the basin, so for what it's worth. I just wanted to ask if tonight, because this was my understanding, I'm new to the township. I'm Shannon Torno on Eagle Road. I moved here in August. And thank you to the person who sent me an email to come tonight. This is my first experience here. I just wanted to know if tonight there is going to be a vote on this $15.5 million bond, and there's to be a vote on the basin thing. Is that what's happening tonight?
Yes, there's going to be a vote on the bond.
Okay, I'll stick around as long as
there's
it takes.
Going to be a discussion.
I'm sure you guys don't want to be here all night, but I just want to make sure that I'm here, and these votes are happening, because that's why I'm here, because $15.5 million is a lot of money, so I just kind of want to know.
Okay.
But Jim, can I just clarify? On the agenda, item E, there's a motion with 2 points. The first is to motion for staff to proceed with any additional engineering to complete the basin upgrade, and number 2, to prepare an agreement of sale with the school district for acquisition, which would provide access for the Radnor Township School District to the retained field. This is only to draft the agreement. That agreement needs to come back to us in a public meeting. There would be a hearing, in the sense the public would have a chance to speak, and then there would be a vote on that contract. And that would also have to take place at the school district. Because I would imagine, I don't know their bylaws, but I would imagine they're required to vote on any type of a real estate agreement in public. So all we're looking to do tonight
On the basin thing is to say, do we all agree we want to put an offer in on some land because eventually we want to do some basin?
The agreement.
I'm sorry to put you in the middle of this, Shannon, but I just don't agree that you are accurately describing it. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Shannon.
Okay. I'm just trying
Tyler
to
Torno's mom, I remember you from Solid.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading off the agenda.
But that's not the, I mean, there's engineering costs. There's concept. Shannon, do you not, please?
No. I appreciate you guys talking about this because I think there's a lot of money on the table tonight.
Yes.
And as a resident of the township, 15,
let's do
total
this.
of 16 whatever million dollars is a lot of money.
Move it up.
So understanding what we're doing.
We're going to move it up now. We're going to have this item, most of these items up right now and go into them, substance, okay? Yep, is that all right with you?
Well, why don't you do the consent agenda first?
All right, we'll do the consent agenda first. Does anybody on the Board of Commissioners want to eliminate items A through H on agenda item 5 from the consent agenda?
All right, quickly, G and H. Sorry about this. Let me go through G and H, and then we're getting to North Wayfield.
But we're going to, okay, so I'll move to approve the consent agenda items A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Second.
Well, is there a discussion amongst the members of the board, or is there any discussion from people in the audience?
Sarah Pilling, 29 Garrett Avenue. I would request that item F come off the consent agenda, establishing an ending time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll revise my motion to include items A, B, C, D, and E, excluding F, G, and H.
Is there a second? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carries 7-0. All right. Item. You're ready to go?
Yeah. For Resolution 2015-109, the authorization of the township manager to acquire, I guess it's a software. Just wanted to say I'm supportive of the software to acquire tools and other means to improve and measure performance. Superintendent Colarulo, do you want to just explain a little bit about this software, what it'll do, or is there something we can glean from that?
Sure, Commissioner. In fact, I even have Sergeant George Smith here, who is our accreditation officer. I will give you a briefing from, I guess, layperson term as best as I can. If you need more technical information, Sergeant Smith is here. But as you know, we are trying to go to accreditation for the Radnor Township Police Department. This is software that Sergeant Smith has identified that would assist us in attempting to ascertain that accreditation through the Pennsylvania State Police.
Basically, to track and to make sure that we have everyone on a schedule to meet the accreditation standards?
Yes, not only base standards.
First of all, the process will be 2 years. With this software platform, I expect it to take anywhere from 4 to 6 months off that. The auditing is the most important aspect of it. Most of the policies, the 40-some policies that we have now, are going to be changed, updated, and part of it is validation. That's the most important aspect of it, where you're able to audit officers signing off on all of the policies. Not only that, the software allows us to write questions and tests for that to validate that they did read it. So it's an extremely important, not only just laying the basis for it, but the continuation of auditing year after year when the outside agency comes through.
Move we approve Resolution 2015-109.
Second.
Any discussion further? Anybody in the audience want to comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. It carries 7-0.
The next question, I wanted to pull out Resolution 2015-110, authorizing the purchase of one 2016 Transit-350 high-roof HD super-length cargo van vehicle in the amount not to exceed $55,285.09 to be used by the police SWAT team members. And it says in here monies will be reimbursed from Central Delco Tactical Response Team. Can you provide some additional color and background on this?
Yes, Commissioner. That is $55,285. As you know, the SWAT team was established for the purpose of dealing with extraordinary or potentially dangerous situations anywhere in Delaware County. We have members of that SWAT unit. When they're called it to motivation, they will meet at a centralized location. This will be the centralized location. This is where the vehicle will be housed. Lieutenant Flanagan has worked with Mr. White, the finance director, talked about the finances. We will get fully reimbursed. We will be responsible for the gas and the insurance. However, that vehicle will be used in addition to SWAT purposes exclusively by Radnor Township, and it will be housed here.
So we have maintenance and upkeep on the on this van, and will it be replaced at a schedule similar to the other police vehicles, or is this a longer lasting?
This is longer lasting. It's utilized approximately, I think it's 1,200 miles a year. There's a breakdown that Mr. White was provided. I think the life for this vehicle is over 10 years.
Is there any, this is in the budget to maintain this, Bill?
It's to my understanding, this is just fuel and insurance. That maintenance, again, will be covered through Delaware County, through the SWAT, through the organizations that contribute into the SWAT program.
And Delaware County will reimburse the entire amount?
Yes, yes, they will.
For this purchase, yes.
Move to approve Resolution 2015-110, authorizing the purchase of the van for $55,285.
Second.
9 cents.
Any discussion up here? Any discussion amongst the board members or from the audience? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. It carries 7-0.
And we have item F. This is Resolution 2015-105, establishing an ending time limit for commissioner meetings. This resolution was, a resolution like this was already approved at a meeting a few months ago, and then we realized that it required a supermajority in order to extend the meeting, and that would be probably counter to the public's goodwill to the public. So we decided that it wouldn't require a supermajority, but just a simple majority. The other thing we changed in it was the provision to ensure that public comment would not be eliminated at the end of a meeting if it terminated at 11 p.m. Sarah, did you have any specific comments? And the background on this is that, as you know, all of us up here are volunteers, but everyone else in the room that's sitting on the right and left side of the room are staff who have to report for work at 7:30 or 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And if this meeting runs till 1 a.m., that staff is expected to show up to work on time, while the rest of us also have to show up for work on time. So in order to not only improve the efficiency of the meetings, but to take into consideration the impact on actual operations of the township, Remember, this is at least 2 days a month that this is happening. And we thought it was best to limit the time limit on the meetings. And in some ways, it may drive efficiency up here. We'll talk a little bit less about the items, and we'll try to get things done a little bit quicker. But we don't, the intention is not to limit or reduce or eliminate in any way public comment. If anything, it's going to reduce our comment up here.
The comment that I would make is the later you start the meeting, those minutes are added to the end. So you started at 6:45 tonight. So I would request that you not cut off the meeting till 11:15.
Appreciate that.
That's my comment.
And I think in fairness, if we were running up against that deadline, we would probably agree to do that. So thank you. So I'll move Resolution 2015-105, establishing the ending time limit resolution.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, the only thing with this is, as I've said, we can impose this time limit on ourselves without this resolution. My concern with it is, as we've stated before, is that it will be used to curtail discussion of what could be important items, and I don't think it's necessary to impose an artificially established time limit on the work of this board.
Anybody else have a comment? Anybody in the audience have a comment on this?
Yes, Dan Shurey, Wayne. I agree with Commissioner Booker. There is no reason to have a time limit at the end of these meetings, and I agree with the description, an artificial time limit. Commissioner Fisher is somebody who comes to a lot of meetings and comments at a lot of the meetings. I certainly do have concern about speakers at the lectern having their comments cut off. But then you indicated that really the impetus, or perhaps one of the impetuses behind having a time limit for the meetings was to curtail comments from this board. It's important as a resident in Radnor Township to know what people on this board think of a certain issue. And sometimes that takes a lengthy discussion, okay, rather than just a quick little soundbite. Just in the short time this meeting's been going on, there have been some very interesting comments from people on this board. Now, that's not to say that I don't wish occasionally that certain people on this board would censor themselves, such as a declaration that the Delaware County Council has the ability to appoint interim judges onto the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas. That was a larf, or certain other outbursts from people on this board. But that's more or less the exception. What's more important is for people in this township, including voters, to not only know whether you're voting yay or nay on an issue, but the due diligence you put into it. Do you understand the issue? Do you have questions that are being raised? And any attempt prophylactically to limit that is unnecessary. This board follows Robert's rules. It knows how to shut down a meeting if it's going too long or to speed it up. And again, when you have that and you have an agenda and you have a majority of the board that may have a certain bent or interest in having a meeting go a certain way, it's quite easy to see how these meetings will or could be manipulated so that minority voices, opposing voices are curtailed, including people on this board. So I would ask yourself, if you find yourself in the minority on certain issues, separate and apart from whether you want the public curtailed, do you really want to have your own comments curtailed? Particularly if somebody's bringing something forward that you find reprehensible or repugnant or not based in fact or being politicized, like perhaps an issue that's being moved up on the agenda tonight. You really want to have your comments cut down, and you really want to do that willingly? Think about this. It has consequences. I'll just give one last quick example. The Biomed development site, highly contested issue. Lots of presenters that came in, but one of the things that was important for me to hear at meetings were the questions and comments raised by Commissioner Booker, who I think probably had as good a grasp on the issue as anybody up there. And sometimes those comments, Commissioner Booker, I think I do you no discredit by saying they needed to be long. It needed to be explored. In addition to having the desire for staff to be able to get home and be up at an appropriate time the next day, again, the The first, second, and only concern of this board in terms of meeting duration is making sure that the business before this board, the concerns of the constituents, and the positions taken by the individual members of this board are thoroughly vetted, comprehensively explained, and there is no reason to put any type of finite time limit to that. Address it as each meeting comes along. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this particular item?
Yes, I understand. I'm going to make this really short and sweet because this is the second time I'm up here, so it'll probably be my last. Everyone is here just volunteering their own time, which I really respect, and I think out of respect for everyone's time here, that there should be a time limit, because I don't care if it's a soccer game, I don't care if it's whatever it is, we all have to at some point make a decision, and if the matter is large enough that we can't get it all discussed in a period of time, then it should be tabled or it should go to a second meeting. But out of respect for everyone here, there should be a time where you just cut it off and say that's the end. So I humbly disagree. Set a time limit so we all know when we come, when we're leaving. And then start on time and stop on time, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
we are compensated.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak on this issue?
The only thing I'll say while this person's walking up, staff will stay here however long. We'll stay here. It's not an issue for us. I know the rest of them are looking at me, but staff will stay here however long it is, and we'll get here the next day. So don't take us out of the picture. Thanks, John, though, for thinking about us.
And also, the Board of Commissioners is compensated. It's a nominal sum, but we are compensated.
Mr. Gallagher?
If you guys are worried about
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
I'm Brendan Gallagher, live 417 West Beach Street. I'm not big on speaking in public, but if you guys have time constraints, I would like to put it to a vote to you guys, if I'm doing it in the correct order, to table the issue of the basin until after the election. That way we know that everybody's in the same spot, so they're not worried about who's going to vote for who's going to vote for what, and then you can get all the information you need to handle this issue after that. Now, can I put that to a vote to you, Mr. Higgins?
Well, it can. What will happen is, after everybody has decided they don't want to speak anymore on public comment session.
Can we ask that about the basin issue, or is that to be voted on?
After everybody's finished, we're going to go to the agenda, and it will be Public Works and Engineering, item D, and then item E. And at that time, any commissioner can move to have one or both of those issues tabled.
Can any member of the...
No.
No, it's got to be you guys.
Yes, it's our agenda.
So we're going to be here for a long time. All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins.
All right. Any other? Yes, there's still more comments. Okay. Mrs. Nuttall.
This is really short. I just wanted to say, in my work experience, I work in regulated industry, and there are a lot of times rules and laws put into place for really good reasons, but they take on a life of their own. And the original reason gets lost, and they end up morphing and changing into things that are sometimes really positive and sometimes are really, really, really not. So at first, when they brought this up, I thought, oh, this sounds great. Everybody gets to go home. And I support that. I don't want to be here till midnight either. You know, it seems to me there's got to be a better compromise. Some of this is my ignorance. Is it the case that things on the agenda, if you don't get to them, can't move to the next meeting?
No, anything can be moved, but some are time sensitive.
Right.
So we may not be able to do that.
Okay.
And quite frankly, if you're not aware, we have been here till 1:05 a.m. on several occasions in the past 12 months. And in the last 8 years that I've been here, no president, including self, has been able to control this issue. So even though we have the right, and we should be able to do this, no sitting president has been able to control these meetings to the point where we could get out of here on a normal basis at a reasonable time. And what you don't want your government doing is voting on very important things at 1:05 a.m.
I understand that. I do think,
All right.
I just think that in an in perpetuity thing, maybe there needs to be just a little bit of language in there that
Becky,
sets
this
limits
just
on
was enacted.
minutes.
We've hardly had 3 meetings where it's been used, so it doesn't have a life of its own yet. It may, and maybe your comments can come back to us and we'll do something. But right now, we're
But
still in the
You
infancy.
may not be here when
That's
it
true.
becomes a problem. That's what I'm saying.
That's
It's
true.
down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think, did we vote on that? Okay, we have to vote on.
Wait, offer a friendly amendment to the Resolution 2015, establishing an end time, 2015-105. I would make a motion that we have a sunset on this resolution that would end it within 1 year from the date of enactment, so that it would not go in perpetuity, but would have to be reestablished and agreed once again that it's a good rule.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion?
I mean, it's just completely unnecessary. I completely understand where that's coming from, but it's a resolution, and it could be undone by a resolution in the next meeting by 4 votes. So if this is going poorly and people don't like it and the public doesn't like it, in 2 weeks we could undo it, because it's just a resolution. And it's a resolution that we can change any evening by a 4-vote to go longer than 11. So to me, it's really unnecessary to have this sunset.
Okay, any other discussion?
And to expound on that, we are governed by the Home Rule Charter and the Administrative Code. The Administrative Code is by ordinance. If we wanted this to really stick, we would make an ordinance to the Administrative Code. And then that would be a little bit more difficult to undo. But again, only 4 votes to undo. So we get the right to rescind. So if the public comes out in a year because it's being abused, the boards are going to have to hear about that, and they'll have to think about rescinding it. So, yeah, it could be next week.
All right, thank you. Any other comment up here? Anybody in the audience at this point? All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
You had an amendment on the table.
Yeah, you got to vote on the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Amendment
the amendment to sunset this within 1 year of tonight's date. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The motion fails 2-5. All right, and then on the, I think we now have to vote on the underlying motion. All those in favor of Resolution 2015-105 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 6-1. Okay. All right, I'm going to retire, because we've now made it to Public Works and Engineering Board of Discussion of North Wayne Field. Whew. Okay. I don't know, is Bob in the room? I guess it devolves upon me to give a little background here.
So before we do that, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
So part of what I think is the problem is that we're not moving from general to particular. And part of why we're fighting or arguing is because we got right to basin. And so part of the problem tonight is I don't want us to start arguing the details of where the basin will be and how the playground equipment will be moved. To me, the essential element for us tonight is, and this is the criticism I have, I know some of you voiced that criticism, it's what I think we have to wrestle with tonight. The board is split. There are 5 votes that seem to want to proceed. There are 2 that do not want to proceed. But the biggest concern is that you're proceeding without getting the authority to do this from the school board. So to me, this has to be tabled until the school board comes back to us with a concept that they are willing to do this, and they have to do that by some kind of affirmative vote. Then when they come back to us, then we can take this up as an issue as to whether we want to proceed. So for me, tonight isn't, I'm ready. I have all my details. I'm ready to talk about the details of why I think it's a bad idea. I'm not sure that's for tonight. I think tonight is simply to say, the school board, come back to us. If you're willing to do this, then we'll have a discussion about the next level of details. So I don't know if others feel differently or the same, or if you want to proceed in a different matter, or if that's different than how the people in the room want to proceed.
If I may, before we begin this discussion, I would just like to confirm and delineate that I will not be participating in discussion or voting or anything with the school board aspect of this discussion, because I have a conflict of interest. My husband sells a small amount of, I think, T-shirts to the school district. However, I am not conflicted in discussing the viability and the moving forward with the basin and the engineering and so forth. To the extent that this conversation and discussion the 2 are intertwined, I will not be participating in anything to do with the school district, but I will be participating with my opinions on the basin. I would prefer to see this bifurcated so that the issue of the school district goes first. just to make it cleaner on my end. But I also think it makes it cleaner on the understanding of where we are as a board. And that is my 2 cents there.
Does any other commissioner want to comment on Don Curley's position? I will say this, Don, if we take action tonight, we can condition our motion or resolution on the school board doing such and such. So we're not exactly working in a blind hole here. Secondly, the second reason why we're not working blindly is that Commissioner Fisher and myself and our township manager and our Director of Public Works, our Director of Parks and Recreation, and our Director of Finance have met with school district personnel, including School Director Booker and School Director Zajac, and the Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Kelly, and the Director of Facilities, Mr. Burnaby. So, and we have a good feel, at least I do, and Commissioner Fisher can speak for himself, of what the school district wants, what they're willing to do with regard to the property. And if there's any question in the audience about what I mean by saying the property, the fact of the matter is, since 1985, the Township of Radnor has been the lessee at North Wayne Field under a lease with the school district. And it's $1 per year. It's renewable. It's an evergreen lease, which means every September it renews. And it's been renewed now since 1985. To terminate the lease, one of the parties gives 60 days notice. And I might as well get into discussions. What we've been discussing with the school district is they began in March by telling us that they wanted to approve the upgrade to the basin. And we had no choice but to agree to that. They have ownership of the property, and under the lease, they have to approve improvements. So we've had 3 meetings, and in the course of those meetings, we had good exchange of ideas. Everything was based on goodwill, and there were some proposals made by the school district to change the ownership of one of our parks, namely Odoricio, portions of Odoricio, and convey that to the school district in exchange for their approval of our project to upgrade the basin at North Wayne Field. Our Board of Commissioners privately, well, I polled the Board of Commissioners individually, and nobody on our board was willing to exchange any parkland or any fields for to resolve this request. So I'll just read from a position set forth by the director of one of the school directors, Kimberly Doherty, about what the school district desires to accomplish in any kind of a resolution settling the issue of approval. I have to admit I can't find it right at the moment, but go ahead.
I mean, is it okay if I? Yeah. Okay, so part of my concern is that we should not be entertaining a letter written by a single school director, regardless of whether the school director is the president or not the president. The school board, I have conflicting information from the school board. So I have information, you have told me information, it's 100% out of phase with information that other people told me. I received a letter from the school board president. It was 100 degrees out of phase from what I understood you to tell me. We should not be trying to speculate what the school board wants to do. The school board should take action. They should take it in an official venue. They should communicate that to us. When we have that action in hand, then we start the process, but we don't start the process until we have that action in hand. And then I want to kind of push back against some of, you said we can take conditional action, but this is an ongoing problem. I object to the meetings that you had with the school board. I thought they were inappropriate, not illegal, but inappropriate, because what you did is you created the anchor. And then that comes to us, and then we all get to either approve or reject the anchor. And that's not what we should be doing. It doesn't move, it should move from general to particular. It didn't, it started at particular. So that's my one problem, is that if we put conditional approval on it, we are essentially deferring the creation of the anchor to someone else, and I don't want to do that. And my second concern is that we've spent $60,000 on this to date right now, and we shouldn't be spending any more until we know that we have the authority to build it. If we all choose to disagree, if we all choose to disagree, we can do that in this public format. I mean, I stopped resisting the last time when this board voted against it. You know, I spoke my mind, I voted my conscience, but then it was done. Now it's not done because it's the school board has come back and hasn't granted us the authority. So we have to stop. We have to let the school board tell us their willingness. We have to communicate through our boards, not through individuals, create that anchor, and then when we decide as an entity what we're willing to do, then we can get into the details of doing it and making it happen.
I don't agree, Don. I'm sorry. I don't agree. Somebody has to go first here. Somebody has to go first. Our meeting is tonight. We have been working through issues with the school board since March. We have been debating this project since May of 2012. It is time for action. I have constituents that are living downstream from the basin who are in jeopardy of another flood that could damage their homes and even take a life, unfortunately. So I don't want to have this board delay any further. And I found the paper that we got today from the president of the school board. I don't know if she has 8 other votes for this, but here's what they are saying. Quote, a number of considerations and/or concerns about subdivision were discussed at the October 20th Facilities Committee meeting. Those concerns are ordinance, easement, and access issues implicated by subdivision of the parcel into a so-called flagship lot. I think that should just be flag lot. Second, legal consideration, if any, for the transfer of title of the portion of the property for which the township would become owner. 3, responsibility for maintenance of the portion of the property for which the school district would retain ownership. 4, implementation of proposed landscaping and draining improvements to the portion of the property for which the school district would retain ownership. 5, a right by the school district to take back ownership if the township ceases to use the subdivided portion as a stormwater basin, as well as the township's obligation, if any, to restore the property to its pre-lease condition. So there you have the parameters of what the school district is interested in doing. And it's consistent with what they told John Fisher and me, and John can confirm this, in our 3 meetings over the course of the summer. So I think we're at a point on the agenda where we're going to discuss this. And ladies and gentlemen, the idea is to subdivide the property into a 1-acre parcel from the existing 4.1 acres. And the township would take that 1 acre in fee ownership. The school board would retain the other 3 acres. And they would be absolved of any further responsibility for stormwater management. We would have the right and the power to upgrade our basin, assuming our board approves with the votes necessary. The other issues we would address at the negotiating table. Those issues would be, is there any consideration to be paid for the purchase of the field, of the 1 acre? Who's going to maintain the landscaping on the parcel that they retain ownership of? Right now, we maintain it at our cost. So these are the parameters. This is the approach I'd like our board to think about and discuss. And I think I've talked long enough at this point. So I'll yield time over to anybody else that wants to comment.
Just a couple quick ones.
Can I just put a little historical? This is not my comment. I just want to make sure there's some historical context here. I won't give you all of it because it actually goes back about 25 years. But just most recently, This board voted in a public meeting, and it was not in one meeting. This went on for probably months, the discussion of the basin. We voted to expend the monies to build the basin, to engineer and then build the basin. What we didn't expect was that the school district would have a different position on the use of that basin area by the township. We already had a lease in place, again, since 1985. It was a failure on our part to recognize that this would be considered maybe a substantive change in the way we were using that basin. But that said, we went ahead, a sitting board at the time, I was on the board at the time, this was I think about 2 years ago, May of 2012, we voted to not only spend money for the engineering and feasibility, but also we approved, I believe we approved the construction. Now, roll ahead. The school district finds out that we've done this, and then they start to question whether or not, under the existing lease, whether we had the right to do so. But all along, ever since this came up in 2012, this board publicly and in executive session used the words like subdivision, because we were worried about the school district, you know, or not worried, we were interested in getting a controlling use of that parcel. So there's nothing new there. And I'll just assure you that my support of this, and I'll get into it with my own personal comments, but my support of this has everything to do with trying to address a stormwater issue and fully realizing that this will not solve the entire problem. No one in this room believes that. I don't think anyone in this room believes that this project will solve the problem. But as a legislator, we need to do something. If we continue to just kick that can, and believe me, and I alluded to 25 years ago, Pannoni and Associates, I believe, did the first study, stormwater study. The first flooding in this district was identified over 20 years ago. This is not a new issue. So I'll let everyone make their comments, and I'll make my personal comments, but I just want to make sure that there's some historical context here. This is not something that just came up. This has been discussed the entire 8 years. I'll be finished the end of this year. I have 4 meetings left. 8 years, this topic has come up, 8 years in a row. And I got to the point where I said, we have to do something. The economy wouldn't support it 8 years ago. We're in the throes of the recession. It does now. We have the ability, we have the funding, we have the revenue. We can do projects. We can start to address these issues. But again, I just want to make sure that everyone in the room understands that the decision to build the basin wasn't last week, last month. It was 2 years ago. A sitting board voted. I don't know how. I'm trying to find the resolution that we voted on, and I'm trying to find the evidence of that. I know we voted on it. I just have to find the resolution number, and I can even find the minutes and determine who voted for it. But the point was it got at least 4 votes up here the night we voted on it. So the point is that that decision it was made 2 years ago. Yes, we could reverse that decision, but I have to assure you that it wasn't made easily. I don't think anyone up here that made that decision when we did it just because we wanted to throw money at a problem. We want to solve the problem incrementally, and that was the first step, fixing, rebuilding, changing that basin. And we've gone through a process. So anyway, I'll leave it up to maybe start at the other end, then maybe I'll have some personal comments. But please give us a chance to review. Give us a chance to review the history, and I will be glad to report out the exact date, time, and the resolution, and who voted on that resolution to start this project 2 years ago. And then everything, I agree with everything that Jim has stated tonight, that, in this case, we want a controlling interest in that parcel. We are the buyer. In a negotiation, the buyer starts the conversation, not the seller. Okay, so we're approaching the seller. In this case, it's a school district. We have to start the process. If the public doesn't agree with that, that's why you're here tonight. That's why this is democracy. This is why you get to speak on it. And I assure you, this is not the last time you're going to speak on this. You will have more time. We may move forward with asking staff to draft some type of agreement to send to the school district. That's a formal process. It's not a hidden process. We need to do something formal. We can't just keep talking through the press about what we want to do with that field. We have to actually send a letter to the school district. So I'll leave it with that.
So my sense is that the decision that we have, the first decision we have to make is whether to table this until we hear from the school board, as I indicated, or proceed as Jim indicated. So to me, the logical thing is for me to make a motion to table it, and if it passes, we table it, and if it doesn't, we proceed as Jim indicated.
A second.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
I'm going to make a motion that we table this item until the first meeting, no sooner than the first meeting in November, and until we hear affirmatively from the Radnor Township school directors that they have an interest in proceeding in subdividing the property in the interest of building a basin.
And it's been seconded also. Is there any comment from other commissioners?
Well, I don't want to support that because, for the same reason I just stated, that we're the ones making an offer. We need to make that offer in writing. And again, the offer, in my opinion, will be for $1. And if the school district receives that offer and decides they don't want to entertain the offer, then the deal, it ends. It ends there. And it doesn't cost us anything to do this. Our solicitor is on retainer. He will write this letter up, this offer.
The engineering costs us money, though, John.
Well, I'm not discussing that part right now, but I will be glad to discuss that.
And we can include in the motion that there had been 4 votes for this in the past. I mean, it's obvious. Everyone knows the Board of Commissioners has an interest in it. Nobody is doubting that. What we don't know is what is the interest of the Radnor Township School Board. So
we have a motion and second, and does any other commissioner want to comment on it?
Yeah, I guess I really honestly don't understand the procedural aspect or the procedural point at which we find ourselves right now on this issue. Whether what I do understand is there was an approval, and I think it was before I was on the board, John. There was an approval. The board of school directors said, no, you can't do that. The project ended at that point, from my perspective. So I am perplexed as to why we would move forward and where we are with it right now, and having ongoing talks about it. It seemed to me that we would need to approve another project, and we didn't do that. So I don't see how we did it, but I don't want to curtail the discussion of it right now. Obviously, it's a major point, but I don't see how procedurally we got here. And also, I do think you misspoke earlier. The soccer field is scheduled to be removed. It's just a baseball field
We can have Tammy Cohen address that later, but let's stay on this point.
And I want to, John, similar to the way you provided some background, I want to provide some background that this is how I understand it, which this is why I'm taking the action I'm taking tonight. But as I understand it, we made a public commitment to build the basin. In executive session, we made a private commitment to do what was necessary to have the basin built. That was put in the form of a proposal. That proposal was sent to the Radnor Township School Board in July of this year. That proposal was rejected by the school board. The school board, in their rejection, they identified what I'll call counter proposals. Our board rejected the counter proposals. And at that point, in my opinion, it is, as Mr. Booker said, the project stopped because this board at no point has ever made any type of taken any action to make this project continue to go. And in fact, so since that time, since the initial vote, Elaine recused herself and Bill Spingler resigned. And we've never, Cheryl has yet to take a vote on this because she's yet been asked to take a vote on this. So in my opinion, part of this is there has been no direction from the Board of Commissioners on what action we have to take. So we go back to ground zero, to the beginning, unfortunately. We have to get the school board to tell us their willingness, and then we start over with what we're willing to do.
Don, you're exaggerating the July letter that we got from the school board. We had a fluid situation from March until tonight. It's back and forth. Throw this idea out. We didn't like it. We counter offered. They said, all right, let's try a counter offer. But in July, there was no breakdown. There was no stoppage. I've been in contact with Director Zajac, and the lines of communication have remained open. He's told me many times he and others on the who form the school board want to resolve this satisfactorily. The last thing he wants is for us to throw up our hands and walk away from the problem. So I don't. Anyway, let's get back to the motion. The motion is to table this. It's been seconded. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to comment on the issue of tabling?
Ken Taylor, Wayne. Don, I don't know how much real estate law you do, but the fact that there hasn't been a meeting of the minds as far as offers and acceptance and counteroffers doesn't mean that the township doesn't have the opportunity to, as you might see it, beating this dead horse. Even if there's a contention that the letter that Jim summarized from the president of the school board is not backed by the authority of a full vote of the school board, it certainly outlines very recently certain indications of conditions that the school board wants to take up in responding to the township's offer or offers going forward. To hamstring the township and to put the township in the position, as Commissioner Fisher indicates, as having to have the school board make the call and the township be reactive, that's not how real estate transactions go at all. The only authority being sought at this point is the authority of the township through its solicitor to continue negotiating on behalf of this township board. If in the interim there is a school board vote stating that they have no interest in granting a subdivision or selling any part of that field, I tend to agree a little more closely with you, Commissioner Curley, that in the vernacular, the fat lady may be singing. But
and you do see though that I'm sorry, but look at, I mean, there is more than just, there is the engineering also.
I know that's on it, but right now, I came up to just talk about the authority of the township. I know on the motion there's a motion for the township to go forward with engineering, and that keys into the objection you I think had at the last meeting about continuing any authorized spending until the threshold of the availability of the land is resolved one way or the other. And I understand your position on that. The July correspondence between the township, and I may be mistaken because I'm not privy to as much as you all are, was that the township had the solicitor basically send a communication indicating that the township's position was that under the terms of the existing lease, because we were continuing to utilize that portion of the park that was negotiated in, I believe, the 1985 lease for the very same function, but in a different manner, that the township had the right to do so under its leasehold rights under the lease. It's my understanding that the township school district solicitor sent a letter back disagreeing with that position. It's not my understanding that the township suggested to its solicitor to file a declaratory action to see who's right as to whether the rights to proceed under that existing lease did or did not exist, but rather that the township, through its solicitor, took a look at the letter from the school board solicitor and pretty much agreed with the summary in the school board solicitor's letter and backed off on its position that we had existing leasehold rights to proceed where this was a non-issue, where acquisition of rights to the field were a non-issue, which then morphed into another way of obtaining rights to that land, be they leasehold or be they acquisition rights. I think to cut the township off and say, because we haven't come to an agreement, even with these matters that the president has indicated the school board still wants addressed, that we're just going to cut off communications and we're going to direct the solicitor to give up on the negotiations. That may be what you want and what other members of this board want politically and people running for office want politically, but that's not the way real estate transactions are conducted, and I think it's an inappropriate request to make, to say that because we haven't forged a deal, we should just give up.
Yeah, I didn't intend my motion to say that we're giving up negotiations. So if that's the case, then let's revise it. The intent of the motion was to prevent us from spending more resources until, particularly the engineering resources, until we know that the other party has the same willingness that we have. I don't have any real estate law, so that's the answer to your first question. I have lots of challenges to the facts as you described them, particularly the ones where you said, I don't know all the facts, but like I would fill in lots of details that I understand the facts to be different than you understand them. So I don't object to Jim and John communicating. I don't object to anyone communicating. What I object to is we are spending township resources and we don't know the willingness of the other party.
And I appreciate you're willing to bifurcate those issues.
Yeah, so that is my intent, not to prevent communications, and if my motion needs to be revised to reflect that, then we'll do that.
I think it does, and again, I appreciate
Okay.
your willingness to bifurcate those issues.
I just had one thought, since the discussion seems to be about whether or not we should consider approaching the school district to buy one of the 4-point-whatever acres of that land. My thought was, if we're talking about real estate, it seems like right now we have a dollar lease for the land, and we want to do something that they're not happy with or they have some rules, and that we're thinking about essentially buying 1 acre of the 4, being that the basement, so we can put in like a sump pump system. And my thought is, maybe one thing we can consider, since we have $15.5 million of the bond that's also out for lands, for park and rec and things like that, maybe as a township, as an entity, we should consider that entire parcel of land. If we're going to discuss buying an asset to do something to mitigate a water issue, maybe while we're having this discussion about buying an asset, we should think about the entire parcel if we're going to engage in discussions with the school district. I mean, I live very, very close by. There's the baseball field. I think a lot of the community members are maybe more interested in how that land is going to be better used by the community.
Well,
so instead
one of my personal objectives is to improve the entire park. The current, as was I mentioned earlier, the current soccer field is damp. It's suitable for play, but it's not desirable. So the thinking is to put an underground system in there to drain the moisture. Secondly, there's the issue of landscaping, and we are going to examine that later on, I hope, but we want to do an A+ landscaping job on the upgraded basin. And thirdly is access for the school district to get from the parking lot near North Wayne Avenue to the property that is subdivided to 3 acres. So that's my idea.
And I think everybody in the community, I mean, I take my dog there. It is a big spongy mess. I mean, but my thought is, in my little real estate experience, I don't go to a house and think, I want to do something nice, so I'm going to try to buy the basement. If they don't like the idea of what we've already proposed, and obviously the school district, all those kids, all of the families, we pay taxes, many families in the community, we all enjoy that school district. We all would enjoy the park and beautification. I think everybody's on the same page with what that area could be. It's just a matter of, instead of talking about 1 acre and stormwater management, which we all hear about, especially this time of year on a daily basis, maybe what we should talk about is, if it's 4.1 million acres, they own it, we get a dollar lease on it, maybe we should be talking a little bit about what the end goal is for that, instead of trying to Mickey Mouse Band-Aid these little stormwater projects with a 1 acre real estate decision.
We and the school district have athletic programs that are conducted there.
Mm-hmm.
And
I know my son
I have documents
in
the file, and Tammy Cohen, who manages all those programs and works with her counterpart at the school district. So there's an extensive program that's used at that field. It's not as if it's a fallow 3 acres that has no
But at the same
value.
time, nobody on this school board and in this community would give up Odoricio, or however you pronounce it, to trade for this 1 acre.
Yeah.
And then we all know why, because that's a wonderful facility. All I'm saying is, this is a wonderful piece of land in our community that's not optimized like it could be for a lot of reasons beyond just it's wet. I mean, it's also there's a lot of issues with it. I think that I've heard just comments about parks and this and that and what's happening to the soccer field. So I think it's more than we want this little acre to put in some drainage, because everybody around here has probably had to deal with water problems one way or another, and everybody's skeptical about the 2-inch reduction in your basement for this project.
Okay. Could I ask you to wind up? We have...
Sure. I'm just going to...
We're on the issue of tabling. That's all this is.
Right. And I would say that to table the discussion...
We want to get out of here by 11. We have a huge agenda after this, and so I would kindly, respectfully ask, just wind up so we can move on.
Fair enough. So if you would please just open your minds, if you're going to table the discussion or make a proposal to the school district to buy land, that you would consider not just buying or making an offer to discuss with a seller to buy 1 acre, but with the money, consider buying the entire piece where we would have some control over the entire thing and not have to deal with the school district.
Betty Surbeck from Wayne, and I would like to ask you not to table this. I think there's some people that have other agendas here, but we've been tabling the safety of many of the residents of North Wayne for 5 years, 2 years in the last, vigorously tabling it. The risk isn't going to go away. We need this to happen. We need this to happen right away. You're sitting there, you and the school board, for any legal action when anyone else gets injured or a house is destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of property have been damaged because of your sitting here tabling things. You can't table risk anymore. You can't table safety anymore. You're putting your own life at risk by tabling it. You have to take action to what the basin there now is dangerous. To continue to table it, and we have another flood, it would give me right to have action against all of you for tabling it this long. I don't understand why you're doing it. I know in your hearts you want to be safe. There's some residents that have misconceptions that it's just a little bit of water. It's not. I heard stories that Mr. Curley here says we'll just buy boats so we can rescue Edith and Claire when their house gets flooded again, and their 92-year-old grandmother.
Probably not appropriate.
They were rescued by boat because their house was flooded already. We don't need that kind of situation anymore. We need you to take the citizens of your township seriously, their lives seriously, and take action now and not wait.
Thank you, Mrs. Surbeck.
Hello, Patty Booker.
I know the name.
Yeah, and I am here as a school board member, but I am only representing myself. And so, Jim, much like you, provided some historical context to our discussions. As you've mentioned, I've been involved in both the executive level discussions that we've had in the public meeting. I am on the facilities committee, on the vice chair of the facilities committee, and we have talked about this topic on a number of occasions. So while I am not here to tell you what to do, obviously, our board is going to have a discussion tomorrow night at our public meeting, and I'm not here to weigh in on whether you table or not. But as you move through this conversation, I do want to provide some historical context that I think needs to be out there for you all to take into consideration. First and foremost, with all due respect, any discussion that the school board has had, I certainly in particular personally, with regards to this project in any way, shape, or form has not been approval of the project. The school board actually has been very clear to say that we are not taking a position on at least all of our discussions, because I can't speak for the whole board, all of our public discussions have been not to take a position on the efficacy of this project. So I want to be really clear. The school board is not approving the project, no matter what we end up doing. That's up for you guys to do. The other thing I wanted to mention was that the only majority that we have had in either our executive sessions or even our public meetings, as anybody can see from the facilities meeting and our last public meeting on this topic, was full support for swapping the field. If you need the field, we were willing to trade for a field that was equal for our kids to be able to play on, that was walking distance from the middle school. That was rejected by this board. You have a letter from the school board, an official letter from the school board, denying subdivision. That's the last official record that has come from the school board with regards to this project. We've also, and you are right, we have continued the discussion in trying to find a way to work together to find a resolution for the neighbors, et cetera. But in no time have we ever had a discussion about subdivision at a cost of $1, which has been floating around on an email. Like, I have no idea where that could have possibly come from.
That was my email, and the reason I did that was that in our 3 discussions with you and Eric Zajac and your people and our people, at no time did anybody ever say there was a price tag on your side. Nobody ever say there was a price tag on us taking that 1 acre.
So part of the problem is exactly what I think you all are struggling with tonight, is that we as a board, our school board, has not publicly had a discussion about our willingness to do a subdivision. So the idea of whether there is a cost associated with it or if there would be some trade associated with it, unless or until we have that discussion, I don't know where my board's going to land on that. I really have no idea. But we certainly have never implied in any way, shape, or form that it was a $1 swap for the property. So I just want to be really clear about that. To me, I really, as a school board member, I find that very problematic that we would contemplate trading off a piece of property for $1. But that's my personal take. We'll hear more about it from our board tomorrow night. So with regards to where we go from here, all I want to say is that list of items that you read off, which are part of our agenda for tomorrow night's meeting, were some of the questions and conditions that we have highlighted at our facilities meetings, are only coming from 3 board members so far. So tomorrow night, I expect you will hear from other board members who have other requests, concerns, conditions that they may want to apply. So you need to take all of that into consideration. It is on our agenda tomorrow night for an open discussion, and I just wanted to make sure that that stuff was all in historical context.
Thank you. And just one little clarification. I don't read the August 13th letter from your superintendent as denying our request to have a subdivision.
Well, I don't read
it that way.
We denied subdivision. Our board denied subdivision.
It doesn't say that.
I'll pull up the letter. Okay. We sent a letter that denied subdivision. I didn't bring all my packets with me.
Did your board didn't publicly?
Our board had an executive session,
right,
and we did
no
not have
concession.
And no public
vote.
No, we did not have. We did not have majority consent for subdivision. We sent a letter indicating we were not interested in subdivision.
Because you can't take any official action.
No,
right.
no.
So it was like a consensus,
Patty, that was our consensus at the time, and that's the only letter that I'm aware of that has actually been published.
Well, that's where we're at.
So. There was a vote, though, initially months back, wasn't there? Hasn't there been one public vote on this?
We had a public vote, and I suspect based on tomorrow evening's agenda, right up the way that it is, we will have a similar one. The vote that we took at our public meeting was to provide our administration with the direction to engage with the township's administration and discussions about possible land swap, sell, or trade. That was our vote. That discussion all happened, resulted in you guys telling us you weren't interested in swap, sell, or trade of the whole property. So now tomorrow night's discussion will be very similar. At least that's what I believe will be the case based on our facilities discussion and emails that I have received from our board leadership, that tomorrow evening's discussion will be about advising our administration to engage with the township administration in the investigation around all of the various issues, the 4 or 5 that you've read off our agenda item, and then whatever else comes up out of the meeting tomorrow night with regards to subdivision. And we are not taking a vote on subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming. It's been very helpful to have your comments.
Thanks. George Kirshner, Wayne. I wasn't going to stand up, but I would implore you, it seems silly to not table the discussion until the school board's made a decision on what they, or what between you and they decide what to do. Seems like a waste of time to me. There also seems like some misconception. I mean, I think everybody would love to do something on this magnitude that would solve the problem. My frustration comes in the ineffectiveness that this is going to really solve the problem, because where I feel for the people on Poplar, I mean, they live in a pool, and everything is impervious around them like from Jim Lament's place on top, water comes cascading down. From Little Chicago, water comes cascading down. From your property, Jim, it comes down. In fact, there's kids that have a roller derby from your place right down to Poplar. I mean, it's that impervious, you know, concrete that the water, even from the goods we heard from the engineer, that the Church of Savior is, you know, water comes from there. And,
okay.
You know, and I see from, you know, living around the park there where, you know, that is ground. The reason it's moist there a lot of time is because it is retaining it. Mm-hmm. I also have concerns that when you had the basin, it wasn't properly maintained, and one of the reasons that we have the problem we have now. So I don't know what you are going to do, you know, to alleviate that or correct that situation.
Well, maintenance is a very expensive proposition. Steve Norsini and his people have estimated that to fix the basin and clean out the silt is a $100,000 project. So
well, but you're going to have to maintain the new one.
New one won't have those problems.
Won't have any maintenance.
No. Anyway, we're way off the subject of tabling. Is that all you know,
the thing is that people came up and make it sound, and even you are like, we're going to save lives with a 10% reduction in water. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right, George, thank you. Again, this is just on the limited issue of should we table this or not?
Absolutely. And I just want to say Patrick Harper, 423 West Beach Street. And I want to say everyone here, and even everyone who's spoken, I think everyone here has the best intentions. I really do. And I think people on both sides of the issue, I think we agree more than we disagree. I really do. And I think everyone wants a solution that's going to work for everyone in the area. But I really do want to talk about, you mentioned before about 2012, we started this 3.5 years ago, already put $60,000 into this without owning the property. So what I would say to all of you is, let's not do another dime until we own the property. It just doesn't make from a project management standpoint, why put in additional money? You said you didn't anticipate having a problem with the school board getting the land. We don't know what they're going to do tomorrow. We don't know what they're going to do next week. So let's not spend any more money on this until until the township actually owns the land. The other thing I do want to say is I know there has been a lot of people going and private discussions, and it hasn't been public. This is the first time I've seen this on the agenda in I don't know how long, Jim. Yeah, it's been a long time, and you're voting. You're bringing this up now, and then you're going to be voting potentially on some things tonight. And I really think we need to make this more public. And what I would encourage all of you to do is to really consider your vote tonight. Because what you're doing is you're sending a clear message. Do you want public involvement into this? I think we can actually work on this. I think the public can come up with great solutions. There's creative solutions. But I would encourage you all to table this tonight, mainly because the message you're going to be sending by voting on this tonight, whether you're for the basin or not the basin, it doesn't matter. Just you want openness on this subject. You want public participation. You don't want this to be seen as this is how things are going, that you're doing things behind closed doors and there's discussions going without everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you. All right, it's Mr. Sherry. Welcome again.
Thank you. By the way, Commissioner Curley, lest anybody convince you otherwise, your motion to table was not the least bit ambiguous or need to be clarified. You made it quite clear as to why you believe it needs to be tabled. It makes complete logical sense. You don't possess or control the land that a certain number of people on this board want you to modify. There have been some discussions from people whose positions I largely agree with from this lectern about the danger of engaging in this type of process with discussions occurring behind closed doors. And I ordinarily agree with that, but in fact there is quite a lot that's been made public about this particular project and the motivations of certain individuals, one in particular on this board, pertaining to that North Wayne field. And that brings up a topic of timing. And why are we discussing this now? And who is this looking to benefit? Not just from the residents in general, but people up on this dais. And I think it's very, very clear that it's done politically, and it's being done to benefit Jim Higgins. In the past year, there has been very, very significant information placed in the press regarding the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee and influence by Mr. Higgins on that particular group. And I'm just going to pass out copies of the press stories on this issue, as well as a quote that Jim Higgins made in his capacity as a commissioner regarding stormwater management. I'll pass this out to everyone with the exception of Elaine Paul Schaefer, who has recused herself due to a conflict of interest. And for those that haven't followed it in the press, Commissioner Schaefer did not come to that realization by herself. She recused herself after my brother submitted a right-to-know request this summer demonstrating that Commissioner Schaefer's family derives income from the Radnor Township School District, and also something not mentioned by Commissioner Schaefer tonight, explaining her recusal, her husband is a paid softball coach. Apparently she never realized that. But she's now out after what, Commissioner Curley, voting on this particular site in terms of authorizing money, that's $60,000. Commissioner Schaefer voted on that, correct? She can't comment. She's recused. Anyhow, I'm going to pass out these packets, and then we'll continue here. Now, a letter to the editor was published on April 28th by Lamar Layfield, which detailed some communications of members of the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee. And one of them was an email from an individual named Paul Bergemeyer. And Paul Bergemeyer stated about Higgins as follows. Bergemeyer, excuse me. Thank you for the pronunciation. Says this. Hi all, see below from Jim Higgins. I have not yet received his email to Schaefer and Nagel. From my previous conversations with him, I assume, he's talking about Higgins, he is pushing for specific projects to get going. Here are my thoughts, questions after thinking about this and reading Heather's request for parallel projects. Without some further explanation of the reasons, I am not inclined to agree to the parallel approach. Talking about Higgins' approach. Heather, I understand the pressure you might feel in your conversations with BOC members, but from my perspective, you all really, are the expert voices in this township. We've agreed that taking a comprehensive approach makes the most sense. We need to resist the pressure from the BOC, parens, really just one commissioner, Jim, end parens, and get the comprehensive study done, then act based on what we learned from it. And he continues a little later on. From my dealings with Jim, again talking about Higgins, he is a shoot-from-the-hip kind of person. He wants something to happen, even if it can't be justified from the big picture standpoint. That's just one email from the Stormwater Advisory Committee. Additionally, in your packet, you have Jim Higgins' campaign website. After some overly broad discussions about government in general, he states, stormwater management, we have much to do to control flooding in North Wayne and South Wayne, and with our stormwater management fund, we have the money to do it. You think that maybe Jim Higgins, going into an election, would like to have a shovel-ready project that he can speak to. Next, in the packet that I gave you, is Linda Stein's April 1st, 2015 news article called Pouring on Politics. Radnor Stormwater Proves Controversial, Riverkeeper Lives Committee. Lengthy story about the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee, the politicization of it by, among other people, Jim Higgins, as well as Jim Higgins, and I personally witnessed this, physical intimidation of the Delaware Riverkeeper after the meeting. Astonishing. Again, that's Jim Higgins. Last thing I'd like to bring up was a comment that Jim Higgins, and this shows how far Jim Higgins is willing to go to advance this politically. Jim Higgins is an attorney who I believe claims more than 3 decades of experience. On June 24, 2013, at the Radnor Township Board of Commissioners meeting, Jim Higgins, behind a commissioner placard, made the following statement. wanting to get shovel-ready projects for stormwater pushed through. We can't afford any more damages. We can't afford the threat to life. We had a horrible accident a year ago of a young boy directly related to our inability to control, well, I shouldn't put it that way because I know there's litigation, directly related to the water problems. Sitting commissioner, duty of loyalty to the township at large, and he makes a statement that is a concession of a word, starts with an N, ends in an E, involves duty, breach of duty, proximate causation, and damages. If you guess the word negligence, give yourself a gold star. Okay? That's what Jim Higgins was willing to do in his capacity as a commissioner to push this through. And now we see this on an eve of an election, again with a property you don't control. So the people in the audience who are just dumbfounded saying this doesn't make any sense from an engineering perspective, from a process perspective, you're quite right, it doesn't. But from a political perspective, it makes complete sense. And this board should not willingly go along with it. This township's business, stormwater management, is too important to have politicized by a number of people that may find themselves in contested elections. And I have to agree with you, Commissioner Fisher, on this last point. This is not kick the can down the road. This is about giving somebody a soapbox that they can stand on in the last 2 weeks leading into an election. And when it involves land that you don't control, why would you ever think that that makes sense and is something that you can sell to this township? It makes no sense. Don't waste one more dime on that until you control, and then at that point
Mr. Sherry, you've been 7 minutes. Could you wrap up so we, just in fairness to all the others that want to speak tonight?
Okay. Do you really think that this makes sense from a logical perspective, Commissioner Fisher, in light of the fact that you don't even control the land, and in light of the fact that there's going to be a vote on it by the Radnor School Board tomorrow night? Wouldn't it make sense to wait until after that vote? Why don't you want to wait until after that vote?
I'm not negotiating or debating this with you. Mr. Curley has made a motion to table the item, I believe it was item E. It's not even clear to me what it was. We haven't discussed the engineering. I don't know what we're going to table.
By the way, the last thing, and I'll be very brief because I've apparently gone over 2 minutes over my allotment. Commissioner Schaefer stated at the last meeting that although she's not going to be voting on the acquisition of North Wayne Field because, ooh, goodness, that conflict of interest, she is, however, going to be voting on the basin itself. Where would Commissioner Schaefer get the audacity to think that that would even be coming before the board? Again, this is the type of rhetoric from this dais that erodes the public's trust. Lane Paul Schaefer never had the ability to be voting on anything having to do with that North Wayne Field. Please, the idea that you don't know that your husband's a paid softball coach, that's ridiculous, okay? Once she got caught with it, the only, come on, this is important. $65,000 is important.
We're still on one narrow issue. We're on the issue of tabling, and you're going into stuff about softball. Please. We have other people that want to speak. We have a big agenda tonight. We only have under 2 hours to finish it. Would you please let somebody else come to the lectern?
The deadline has now revealed itself to be even more problematic than we thought. It immediately comes up. Anyhow, again, I'll close by just stating that the idea, the very concept that Elaine Paul Schaefer, given what she did, in terms of injecting herself into this North Wayne Field with a conflict of interest, that she's now going to try to parse it out and hope for bifurcation, which is a legal concept that she doesn't understand, that she's going to now try to bring herself back into it, is odious from a number of different perspectives. But again, far be it from me to thwart the ability to help out a politician like Jim Higgins get elected.
Thank you very much. As usual, you're eloquent. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this?
What was that last comment? I didn't hear it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Wow. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to our silent listeners who are watching us on TV. My name is retired officer William Bruno. I live at 205 North Wayne Avenue. And it takes a lot of courage tonight not to table this issue. And as a police officer in Radnor Township for a quarter of a century, risking my life every day for the Township of Radnor and its people, I've come to really know it and understand it. But the main issue here, which I only had heard mentioned once by Betty Surbeck, is life and property. This is what it's all about. I mean, people's lives are in danger, not just the people who are getting flooded, but the people who live up in the northern sections of North Wayne are being cut off from emergency services because the fire trucks cannot get through North Wayne Avenue because of the huge amount of flooding. I mean, come on. This is what our commissioners in the township is all about, life and property. I mean, if Logan's parents were hearing this now, how do you think they would feel? I mean, I know how I would feel if I was them. And how water pressure is so great to move almost a $4,000 Mercedes-Benz, like almost 50 yards. I mean, even a small incremental would help even in a situation like that. God forbid if another kid gets hurt, because it's going to be on a lot of people's consciences. It won't be on mine at all. Because I came forth, I told everybody how I felt. I told them that this was a lot of liability, not only in the school district, but on Radnor Township also. And I do appreciate you guys taking the courage now not to table this, because I think you realize of the liability that's involved in this issue. And one thing to Commissioner Schaefer, congratulations on your husband coaching softball. I think it's a great idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Officer Bruno. Is there anybody else that wants to speak at this point? Mr. McCone?
I'm Doug McCone. I echo Betty Surbeck. It's Betty, right? Right. And Bill Bruno. It's been a long night. Very strongly in urging you not to table this at this point. Maybe not take lots of other action, but tabling it is irresponsible. I think personally, I've personally seen the effects of storms. There was a hurricane in 2001 in which I literally watched the neighbors' houses on Poplar Avenue have water not just up through the basement windows, but up actually to the joists that support the first floors, destroyed everything in their houses. They lost tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars between them, and we as a township have an obligation, if we can, to do what we can. The idea that we not spend any money until we know exactly what's going to happen, my own reaction is that this is one piece of a much larger problem and project, and I think that we need to keep the whole thing in mind. This is one element, certainly not the whole thing. Granted, we shouldn't spend huge amounts of money on it until we know what is going to work. But we're not going to find that out unless we do the engineering analysis and unless we do the research and all the rest of the stuff. So I would urge that you not table it for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCone. Okay, is there nobody else to speak?
Mr. President?
All right, then.
Mr. President, if I may, before the vote's taken, I can say that I arrived here a little over 5.5 years ago. I think a week has passed since my first indoctrination to the flooding there. I received a phone call about 2 in the morning. I was out at a flood in this area. I think I met several of the residents at that time over a flood into their isolated area. I had to walk down in the area because the entire, I think, parking lot from North Wayne, the area was blown out into the street. So pretty much a lot of the emergency vehicles were parked up because they could not access. And then the Eagle Road area up there in North Wayne was blocked because of significant flooding. At that time, I think in December, the commissioner, myself, Hank Mahoney, we met with residents in that area, which the senior center was quite full with residents saying we've waited for 20, 30 years for some type of solution to come up with. We had said at that time, we committed that we were going to start working on something to come up with some solution, some resolution that we could come up with. We had another situation again in which it happened, in which we blew out the parking lot again, and I believe the wall of the basin blew out again over there, in which we had determined. We brought Chagrin Valley Engineering in, and we looked at that. We looked at the particular area. I think throughout the whole process, we had a lot of different conversations, meetings, looked at options in which we had done. I think it was clear, especially to several residents, that this was not an end-all, save-all. You know, the flooding wasn't going to end. It wasn't going to stop this once and for all. This was no magic bullet that 100% your flooding was going to disappear with this basin. It was a start that we were going to bring some resolution to this. I've seen a lot of neighbors go after each other. It's become vicious towards folks, and people, go against each other. That never had happened before. It's gotten bitter. It's gotten to the point where maybe I'm not supposed to say this or not, but it's become a political issue, to where it's divided people, to where what's going to happen. If you're not there and you don't see it, you can't understand where water flows. I'm sure you can do studies and engineering drawings and say, water doesn't come out of that driveway that fast, or you don't blow that kind of stone out. But Bill Bruno, I know that you're very wealthy and you like to just do things on your own, but you built a wall in front of your house over there, and water does come out of that. And if you can't believe it, you don't understand it. And Steve has to bring his big loader down to move the stone and gravel off there because you just can't shovel it. And the concern is trying to move emergency vehicles in and around that particular area, and just how much water flows within that area. But when you see where the FEMA flood maps are, the water's in that area. And unfortunately, there are homes that are built in that area. So you go back to history, but you can't redo history of where the water flows. Unfortunately, there are homes there. And you try to manage that the best you can and try to intercept it as it goes.
All right.
I think what we looked at, but at the end of the day, this is 5.5 years now. We've had 25, 30 years of where it's at, and we still haven't moved square one of where we're going to go. At some point, you got to say, look, either we're going to do something or we're not. So I understand there's the issue of tabling. I know there's a lot of people going to probably be angry with me at this, but at some point, you either say, look, we table it, we do it, or you know what, we turn the property back over to the school district and we say, folks, it's your property, it's your real estate, and we're done, we're out, and maybe they can do a better job at fixing something, because for the last 30 years, we haven't done anything. We've got a lease on it, so you turn it back to school and say, it's all yours. There's the basin. We're out. We're done. And maybe they can come up with something as a better solution, because to see the neighbors back and forth with each other that bad, you all got to live together. And somehow maybe that's an option.
All right, Bob, thank you. If there's no other comment, then I'm going to call for the vote, and the vote is to table the. Go ahead.
Right? So table items associated with item E until no sooner than the first meeting in November, and until the Radnor Township School District communicates to the township its interest in subdividing or otherwise transferring North Wayne Field or portions of it to the township. I think that captures the spirit.
Thank you, and it's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, the motion fails 2-4 with one abstention.
Abstentions. I'm not voting on this.
The motion fails 2-3 with 2 abstentions. Thank you. All right, now we're going to item E per se, which is I'll read it out loud. A motion for the staff to proceed with any additional engineering to complete the basin upgrade, and 2, to prepare an agreement of sale with the school district for acquisition which would provide access for the RTSD to the retained field. And to get the discussion started, I'd like to, if anybody wants to propose that as a motion, the chair will entertain it.
I'd like to split this motion into 2 parts. I think it's best, rather than having one motion cover both items, I think there's a lot of contention around spending money, any more additional engineering money on this project until we know where we're headed. And that said, I think it's important for this township to put our intentions in writing and provide those to the school district. That's how business is done. And if the school district wants to tear that piece of paper up and throw it out the window, they can do that. But we need to put something in writing, and we need to do this in a public meeting. So I'll make a motion to authorize staff, the solicitor, to prepare an agreement of sale engaging the school district for the acquisition, which will provide access for the basin area of the field. That's my first motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Now, I just want to make,
All right.
I'm going to make one brief comment. I've heard something I think
John, could I ask, as far as knocking out item 1, the additional engineering, can we get an idea from our engineering department how much additional engineering is required at this point?
All right, thank you, Commissioner. So we've spent currently close to $60,000. Bills were approved recently for 13 more, so we're at about $73,000 to date. There's actually still invoices in the queue from earlier this summer. There's slow billers. As far as the permitting, we are getting close, but we just got a letter from DCCD that said you need to do more work, which would be out of scope. My thought at this point, we probably still have, if all goes well, on top of what I just noted, there'd be at least an additional $15,000 to $20,000 left on the account on the project.
Steve, can we talk about
and does that does that include engineering changes that would create this easement access?
That does not. That's bidding documents, resubmitting all the permitting, and going through that.
So this is getting the existing design in its final engineered form.
Correct.
To go shovel ready.
That would be correct. That would be, yes.
Okay. All right. Jim, and Don, did you want to say something?
I got a couple of things. So I can't imagine that the school board would simply say, you guys design it and then you can build it. So the usual way this happens is there's going to be some back and forth, and that's going to require some engineering. And so to me, I think this is just more backwards, that you need to you need to move from general to particular. You need to get a concept. So John, I'm supportive of, I think, let me even just back up a bit. Earlier tonight it was presented that I was cavalier about risk. I've never been cavalier about the risk. There's never been a disrespectful spoken word or a disrespectful written word from me on this item. I've been respectful about the risk from the beginning. And part of my reasoning for taking this position is I don't think we're mitigating the risk. So that's separate, okay? So tonight, part of why, I might not in the end agree with this, but if you proceed with simply communicating, getting that agreement, communicating a concept to the school board, that's a step in the right direction. You don't need an agreement of sale because we don't even have a concept. We don't even have the details about what the concepts of what the school board wants. So your idea of taking out the nuts and bolts engineering, I'm supportive of that. Your idea of fostering communication, I'm supportive of that. I just think you should step it back one more level to some kind of communication that's short of an agreement of sale.
Based on what Steve Norsini has said, I'm in agreement. We should separate these two. So let's debate and discuss the second part, which is prepare an agreement of sale with the school district for acquisition, which would provide access for the RTSD to the retained field. Does any commissioner want to comment on item 2? Oops.
I'll move to do that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll second it.
Second it? Okay. Don, I know you want to take things deliberately, but I think we're at a point now where we have to move. We have to get this problem fixed.
You just don't know what you're selling, though.
We're going to the negotiating table.
But you're not. You're preparing an agreement of sale, and you don't know what you're selling.
We have to start with a text. When diplomats from different countries meet to discuss a convention or a treaty, they have a text in front of them. They don't have concepts. So we need an agreement of sale to take to the negotiating table, and then we can have Patty Booker and her fellow directors say, that's ridiculous, we won't do it, try this, and back and forth. But the framework there is an agreement of sale. It's not arm waving, and it's not concepts about subdividing and give us an easement and so forth and so on. So
Don, I want to.
If you want to speak if you want to speak, you have to come up here. But right now, I think we're at We're at commissioner comment. We're at commissioner comment, please.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait
finish that.
It's a purchase.
Just sit in the first row.
Yeah.
You'll be called.
Okay. So we're talking about a legal instrument that would convey our intentions to the school district. We can call it whatever we want, but we need to put it in writing. We need to make it transparent. That's how the public knows what our intentions are. Because we can talk about this all we want up here. So from my point of view, Don, I respectfully disagree that we really do need to just put something in writing. And if they want to deny us, they can deny us. And then we have that's a starting point. But right now, all we have is a bunch of discussions, and none of them have been binding. None of them. We could have had another 100 meetings with the administration of the school district, and none of that is binding. The only thing that is binding, the only thing this board has authority to do, is to vote in public on a document. That's all we have the authority to do. So we're going to ask the commissioner in this, if we pass this resolution, we're going to ask this motion, we will be asking the solicitor to prepare a document. It will most likely be boilerplate, and it will convey our interest in the specific piece in the area of the property. But that is all we're asking for. And just to reiterate, I'm not going to support spending any more money on this until we get some response from the school district. That said, in 1985, we entered into a lease on this property, and then we constructed a basin. I heard some people say tonight, why would you put any money into something you don't own? We don't need to own it. We just have to have a controlling interest, and we already have that. We have a controlling interest in a parcel of land that's owned by the school district, and during that time, we constructed a basin that helped with stormwater. So you cannot tie our hands completely and say it isn't right. We have to do something. We do have people in this room and in that neighborhood and in this township that really, in a very big way, want that to happen. They want some relief. They want, if it's 5% improvement in stormwater, that's what they want. I've heard it. 8 years I've heard it. And before I came on the board, for 20 years prior to that, people complained and nothing was done. So, you know, it's time we need to at least be responsible and take on our responsibility by taking an action. We don't have to agree with it. We're not going to agree with it at first. But maybe as it goes along, maybe we can make it such that everyone's better off. And we have to think about others, not just our own needs.
Thank you. Now, is there any other commissioner comment? All right, Ms. Torre, do you want to come up and you can? Yes, please, Kathy.
Is this the time you can tell us where the easement is proposed?
Could get into that. I think, Steve, are we equipped to put anything on the big screen to discuss, to point out? Are we set up to do that?
No, the plans and landscaping plans are on the website, but there's nothing. There's no presentation for tonight.
This is the requirement that RTSD has asked for, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. We just would like to know where that is. Has that been talked about?
I have a visual understanding of it, and that is if you're parked in the parking lot and you want to take your children, or you adults want to get
off of North Wayne Avenue.
Get out off of North Wayne Avenue, you want to get to the school property, which
will be
theoretically now is going to be separated from the township property.
Right.
You would need to walk along the, it would be the southern strip of the parcels, and that would be where the easement is.
So it would come off of North Wayne Avenue, off of the parking lot?
Well, it wouldn't come off all the way back there. It would start into the parking lot, after the parking lot.
But down in the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Jim, we're going to probably try to bring it up on the screen here.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, is there anybody else that wants to speak to this issue? Okay.
That's close. That's the underground version of it, so. Jim, was that what John was talking about, the proposal? Was that what you were looking for, as to what to go to the school? Is the proposal, not the details, but just the proposal, or?
Yes, the concept that John Fisher is identifying is something that, you know, I think it's the prudent way to proceed. I just don't know that agreement of sale, is the appropriate mechanism of it.
Okay. But it would be
All right.
pretty much is what John is, I think, along the line. You were looking at actually the proposal to the school district that says, here's what we're.
That's what I would suggest. That
Either
the
a
majority say.
letter of intent,
Right.
or Jim, what do you think?
So that would be it, John, the letter of intent.
Yes, that would
correct.
satisfy, I may be opposed to it on technical grounds, but I would not be opposed to that on procedural grounds.
When you're buying real estate, which is what you're talking about, though, and you're talking about buying an acre, subject to subdivision, subject to conditions that the school district wants, you got to make that offer. I mean, I think, that's a discussion, the second part of this agenda item.
All right.
The one that's on the table.
It's been moved and seconded, and there's been opportunity for discussion. And the motion, John Fisher, is to have the staff proceed with preparing an agreement of sale with the school district for acquisition, which would provide access for the RTSD to the retained field. Number 2. So is that broad enough? Does that cover landscaping? I mean, all the issues that I read earlier about what the school district wants?
So why don't you motion to amend my motion
all right.
to include anything specific? Because I don't know what the specifics
All right,
are.
I'm going to, should I do that, or should?
John, do you realize what you just said? You just said, I don't know any of the specifics.
Okay,
But
Don.
That Jim is, Don, excuse me, that Commissioner Higgins is referring to.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is we need to make a formal offer to purchase the parcel of land that contains the system. We don't even need a dollar amount. We just need them to negotiate.
Any of the specifics or landscape will be part of that back and forth with an agreement.
Exactly.
Assuming we come to some conclusion, that'll be back in front of this board.
Yeah, and that's
I
the
would
point is
like
fill
to
in the
make sure, excuse me for, I would like to make sure that we don't run into a huge question mark from the school directors that we didn't give them anything really specific to work with. So I would like to amend John Fisher's motion to include the 7 items that I read out earlier that came to the commissioners in an email from Kimberly Doherty on October 25th. And I'd like to append her email to the motion to make sure there's no doubt about what we are moving ahead on.
What were those 6? Yes, summarize
All
those.
right, I'll read them again.
Can I ask a point of order on that?
Yes.
Jim? So when you summarize it, those aren't conditions, those are concerns, those are issues. So essentially what you're doing is you're taking the public policy component of this and you're giving it to them and you're telling these guys to work out the details before the public has had a chance to see it. So this is the backwards part. To me, what should happen is you all should decide what you want. You should share that with the public. And then once you guys decide, once the board decides what it wants, then you pass it over to them without instructions to negotiate.
Don, with all due respect, we don't operate that way on any other issue. Our solicitor, with support from staff, negotiates and then brings it to the public, and we then debate it and approve it or don't approve it. We don't open it up to the public to make the negotiation for us, so it's not backwards.
I think this is a policy issue, and you're passing it off to them to make a policy decision. That's the way I see it. So to me, particularly when you have a plan, like it's 9:44, and now we're seeing the plan for the first time.
No, we're not seeing.
Yes, this plan, what's the date on that plan, Steve?
That was posted in May of this year.
Okay, and it's the first time, we haven't seen it since May, right?
I don't believe it's been presented to you formally.
It's been in all of our documents.
It's been on the township, I believe, I believe it's been on the website since May.
Since May of this year.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
been
I have
on
it on
the
my
website.
tablet for months.
Right.
Right.
No, this has all been disclosed. Again, there's nothing nefarious here. We need to communicate. That's our job, is to authorize staff to communicate. The details of that communication, you can call it a negotiation. It may end up being a negotiation, but the point is, John Rice does not have the authority to execute that agreement of sale. He only has the authority to discuss it. We have the authority to execute it in public, but only and only after public comment. Okay, so there's no way this deal is going forward without the public being fully apprised of what the deal is, meaning you would see the full agreement of sale if it ever got agreement, and then you would see us, present that, and then we would be discussing, and then voting on that.
All right, I've made a motion to amend your motion.
I'll second your amendment.
But you have to please summarize those items.
All right, well, all right, the motion as amended is to have the staff prepare an agreement of sale with the school district for acquisition, which would provide access for the RTSD to the retained field, plus to take into account in the agreement of sale the concerns of the school district communicated to the township on October 25th by email from Kimberly Doherty to the Board of Commissioners. And I'll stop. But I don't want to lock us in to these 7 items. I think there's going to be give and take, and we may reject some of them.
Wait, won't some of these things come up at the subdivision? If you're doing a subdivision, don't all these details about plantings and whatever, they come up through the subdivision process. You don't have to nail them down now. No.
You want to nail down? I think we better. I think we should. Because we
discuss it, but I'm saying they don't have to
listen. So it sounds to me like you guys want to do an offer, right? I just want to get some clarity that you want to make an offer to the school board, and that you want to include those 7 items. So that actually sounds to me like that is a done deal. Not that the letter that to make the letter, since they've already mentioned.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't want them to. I don't want these 7 conditions to bind us. I want them to be part of the package that goes into the negotiation.
Of the discussion, yes. But if you put it in the letter, then you are agreeing. This is your agreement of sale. You are offering that.
No.
So that I don't understand.
Let's do this. Could somebody?
Can I simplify this a little bit? Because you're really, Don, I think, is correct, but this is just a real estate transaction. You want to buy 1 acre. You want to be able to build a basin on it. The school district wants to retain the right and access to the remainder of the tract, and they may have other conditions. So the item that's on your agenda is correct. A motion to authorize staff to prepare an agreement of sale to acquire the 1 acre from the school district, and we're going to have to the staff will put something together with the school district solicitor or staff and bring it back to this board to approve it or not, or amend it or not.
And what they put together could be some or all of these concerns.
I understand the concerns. I've seen the emails. Right. I've seen some of the back and forth, but there are some issues, and then they get to vote on, as you would with anybody buying an agreement of sale, the buyer always presents something. Usually it's a standardized agreement of sale. There's conditions. This would have to be a subdivision if you want to buy the 1 acre fee simple. I don't know that the school district cares what you do with that 1 acre once you acquire it in terms of the basin. So there's no more engineering or cost, Don's concerned, that would have to happen. That's going to be, assuming they want to sell it, once you acquire it, then you decide what you want to spend on the 1 acre.
Well, but
that's where you're at.
But I don't understand how they could be. There's going to have to be provisions for access that's not on this plan right here. There's going to have to be provision for how much we're going to pay, which was supposed to be $1. I guess that's what you talked about. And then landscaping and other details surrounding that. How can we authorize
we're going to prepare
presenting an agreement of sale without some sort of consensus on the elements that are important to the board?
We will prepare an agreement of sale and circulate it to this board.
Okay, so you'll circulate it to the board before you circulate it to the...
Correct.
So that agreement of sale would come back to this board at the next meeting in November, and then at the subsequent meeting in November, this board would make a decision about passing that on to the school board.
No.
That's what he just said.
Please, no.
Right? John?
We're not going to take 2 steps backwards to get 1 forward. Sorry.
I'm only telling you, and Bob's shaking his head yes.
This is what I want, and I'm only 1 voice out of 7. I would like this motion to carry us forward to enter into discussions soon, very soon, without further action by this Board of Commissioners.
We will prepare an agreement of sale, and we will then communicate that to the board. Or we will meet in executive session and discuss it.
How can we avoid the flag lot issue? They also talk about maintenance. How can we do maintenance?
That's why we will meet in executive session and discuss all those contingencies. I think you need to have that discussion once there's a draft agreement of sale put together before it gets sent on to the school district.
I yield up.
Excuse me.
Any other? Where are we? Go ahead. Yeah, please.
I just wanted to bring up that what he originally said is actually what you said to me when I first brought it up. You said that all it was you wanted to get the proposal and it would come back here to be discussed. And you just said that's not what you wanted to happen. So my question is, what is supposed to happen, regardless of what you want to happen? What is actually supposed to happen? What's the process?
Well, I don't make policy. What I would like to have happen is for our solicitor to prepare an agreement with all the essentials for an agreement, all the standard boilerplate, and to include some or all of the concerns of the school district, to send it to this board, and in executive session, we will review it, and then we'll give instructions to the solicitor to go ahead and publish it to the school district, and at that time, it'll be made public. What I don't want to have happen, and I respect everybody's views that live around the park, is to come back here in 2 weeks or 4 weeks and have another Donnybrook. I just don't want that.
I'm just saying, in the very beginning when I brought it up, what he said, I think, is what he said. And I understand what you want, and maybe this board is going to agree with you, and they're going to bypass what he originally said. But that's the part we don't want, Jim. We really don't want it all in some behind the scenes. You come up with some offer, and it's not even made public to us before you take it to the school board. That's not what we want.
But you know the metes and bounds of what we are about here.
Well,
we are about
to make a real
subdivision.
estate offer, and I have no idea how much money you're going to offer them, because clearly $1 isn't going to.
I don't either. But what we're about here is a subdivision to allow us to take fee ownership of 1 acre, to grant an easement to the school district to come over our property to get to the ball fields, to make an offer on an underground drainage system. We've talked about this. It's been in the public. It's not as if it's private.
Jim, I'm going to recommend, respectfully recommend that if this motion passes, we're charging staff to draft this agreement of sale, but that is shared back with us, and then this board votes in public at the next meeting to send it over to the school board. It's a 2-week delay. It is more public. We're not required to do that. Normally, agreement of sales, they're actually negotiated in executive session, provided to the seller, actually privately, but then they're not binding because they have to be voted on in public.
I understand.
So we're not worried about someone swooping in here and buying this piece of land out from under us. No one's going to do that, right? So
I don't think you're going to be
we don't need that protection. No one wants that piece of land except us, okay?
Right. Okay, thank you.
No one wants it. So
I'll go along with my colleague on that.
I think it's fair.
Let's proceed on that.
What I said, and I can't go against that. Sorry.
Even though it wasn't announced, I assume we're having public comment, given that people have been coming up to the lectern. Again, Dan Sherry Wayne. Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner Fisher, and for noting the distinction here about this land acquisition. This is, again, land that is owned by the Radnor Township School District. So the need to go into executive session is really not quite there as if you were dealing with a private landowner. And you really want to be doing this in public. Otherwise, people are going to be wondering, what's going on behind closed doors given this highly politicized issue. I could not, and thank you again for adding some level of clarity at the end, and I appreciate the eloquent compliment given by Commissioner Higgins, because I got to tell you, without that clarification, the vaguely sentence-like gobs of words coming out of Jim Higgins' mouth, I was not able to make heads or tails.
My comment wasn't eloquent. My comment was that your comments were eloquent.
I had no idea what he was attempting to say. But again, to the extent you want to explore acquiring this, have John Rice do it. You said it's boilerplate. Given that it's John Rice, I urge you to make it boilerplate. But have that done. Have it brought back to the public so that way, again, the public can see it. We're hearing things from the dais about these 7 concerns. Are they really concerns? Now they're really conditions. Now I don't want to be bound by it. It's gobbledygook. There's no reason, again, on an issue this energized, and I'm not for a second diminishing the safety concerns and the anguish that I hear that's very palpable and I'm sure very real with the residents. But there are others in this township, myself included, that are very concerned about the politicizing of this. As I pass down the packet, there's a fair amount of evidence supporting that it has become that. Go the approach you just went, which is have it drafted, have it come back here, and then explore it before it's passed on. Because at the end, without you saying that, we started hearing Jim Higgins saying, oh, just draft it and then send it. That's not how it ought to go. This board wants to have input on it. All the members of the board want to have input on it. Otherwise, you're going to have what Commissioner Curley was correctly pointing out. You're going to have an anchor. You're going to be anchored to a policy, to a document that you all didn't have input in, and that's not how you want to go about conducting yourself.
I think we're unanimous on that point. I've agreed with Commissioner Fisher.
I don't yield to you, and I don't know why I'm being interrupted by you. I have 5 minutes, and I don't like being interrupted by you.
I'm agreeing with you.
Then I'm sure that I'm taking the wrong position. Please don't interrupt me. So I appreciate that. So yeah. So again. So yes. Please do it. Please do it in public. Please make sure that again that people know exactly what you're voting on. It's at a minimum what this board should be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry. Is there anybody else at this point that we have 63 minutes to finish about 5 hours worth of work? I don't know what's going to happen. Go ahead, sir.
Good luck. My name is Brian Johnson. I'm a member of your ward and appreciate the work that the board does and tries to serve the needs of the people. It's wonderful to have such a forum that we can all enjoy. I think we came to some sense here around serving the public and that this should be a public discussion. And because just in the evening tonight, on my new device, no comments on the library, alternate solutions to handle the issue of wastewater. What other actions are in progress? Are we really mitigating the risk? Agreement of sale versus basis of design, whether it's procurement or whether it's real estate. A 10-foot fence around, will the soccer field be there? Not until I saw the drawing did I relax. I'm wearing my Philadelphia Union shirt. Coming back from physical therapy tonight for an injured knee playing soccer. Improve the park versus other parks. Will there be bathrooms on the park? Monies to maintain, monies to engineer, safety and liability. I mean, do I need to say more? Sorry about that. So all I'm trying to say is that this is one issue that needs a public disclosure because many people are charged and we want to bring the community together, not tear it apart. Thank you.
Right. Is there any other comment? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote now, and do you want to review where we are on the wording? You
have the amendment. Let's vote on the amendment. So the amendment, the way I understand it is that's just giving John Rice some guidance in crafting the document that we'll see come back. Okay.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
I'm gonna vote yes for it because you're bringing it to the public in the format that I'm still gonna vote against it, like a substantively I'll have grounds then, but this is what I came tonight to get this action that is happening, that essentially you're gonna bring it to the public's gonna decide, and then we can disagree. So I'm gonna vote yes for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Curley. All right, then the motion then passes as amended. The amendment to the motion passes 4-1 with 2 abstentions. Now we'll vote on
And
the...
just that'll be John Rice preparing a document, bringing it to the board to review, and then passing it to the...
Yes.
We didn't vote on the yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We didn't vote on the underlying. So the underlying motion, it was 5, I'm sorry, that was 5-1 with 1
Okay,
abstention.
I'm sorry,
on the
5-1,
amendment.
yeah.
And then now we're going to vote on the underlying motion, which was my motion.
Aren't they the same?
No, the only the amendment that Jim had was to just attach the potential conditions that the school district might be interested in to the, not attach, but to guide John Rice. But he already knows what they are, so it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah, they're not going to be part of it. They're the considerations that were in that email that came from the school district.
So that last vote was simply to include the considerations that Jim identified in the email from...
So the underlying was my motion, and that was to direct staff to draft and create the agreement of sale. What I will clarify is such that it must come back to the Board of Commissioners at the next meeting for public review, discussion, and vote before sending it to the board.
I'll second that.
Okay.
But again, there's certain elements that are outlined by Ms. Doherty which are run counter to what our requirements are. A flag lot is not permitted under the saldo. Also, they're asking for they're asking for the township to take over maintenance, right? That's additional costs.
That's why we're going to vote on this when it comes back.
It's my understanding that those are the things that will be addressed
and we can
at the
strike,
next meeting.
Yeah, and if it's in the agreement, we can strike or add
and then
pieces.
So there's some statesmanship on your part. Your instruction is not to decide for us. Your instruction is to give us options. So that's the spirit of what I came tonight to get. That's the spirit of what you're offering. So that's what I'm supporting.
Hearing is loud and clear.
Yes.
It's a proposed agreement of sale. You're going to finalize it.
Yes.
It'll come back.
Is there any further discussion? Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 5-1 with 1 abstention. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We are now going to move ahead to
jumped over finance and
Do we want to
audit.
stay on Public Works and take care of the subdivision on Plant Avenue?
Yes, we can.
Why don't we do that? Yeah, let's do that. Messrs. Jansen. Jansen and Bowden. And this is 227, 229 Plant Avenue. It's Resolution 2015-106. We've considered this in caucus. I know there's been a lot of correspondence exchanged by Momini and Associates and Gilmore and Associates. And there are waivers requested, and there's waivers that are not going to be granted or are going to be granted. I'm not sure. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Cornelia.
On your resolution, I noticed there's a number of waivers being requested that you will either approve or disapprove this evening. And there's one other comment that there's not a waiver, but I believe it leaves it up to you, and that is on page 3 of 4 of the Gannett-Fleming letter, which is Exhibit A, and in particular number 12, which deals with the subdivision and land development. And it talks about installing street lights. There's already street lights at that location. I believe there's 2 of them. Is that correct? And I don't think there's a need for any additional street lights, but I think it's up to the board to determine whether there's a need for additional street lights or not. It's not really a waiver request. I think it's something that the board either determines is required or not required. And that's really the only comment I have on, we've discussed this before, the number of waivers being requested. I believe the plans do show curbing and sidewalks currently, so we're not asking for any waiver on curbing on sidewalks. The waivers that you see here really talk about widening of Willow Avenue and Plant Avenue, which really there's been no feeling that that should be done or not, or that it should be done. I believe all along we've determined that Plant and Willow would not be widened outside of the installation of sidewalks and curbs, which would not require widening.
How will, with regard to the streetlights, you're saying it's up to us, but do we have any light shown on this subject from Gilmore? What is your view?
Yeah, I can.
I mean, how does our board...
There are two existing lights in front of this property that are out there. The code requires that the Board of Commissioners make this decision. And I can throw it to Mr. Norsini if he has any input in the lights that are out there, but there are two existing street lights that front this property.
And didn't we discuss this at the caucus? And I thought we were content that we did not need more light there. That's my recollection. Cheryl, I thought that was your position.
Can I just hear from Steve? What about the condition of the lights?
I would respectfully request the board have the applicant upgrade them to our newest, latest standard LED lights.
I think that's probably a good idea. If the applicants agree.
One of them's already upgraded.
Okay, then you only have to do one. That's great.
This applicant's very nice on.
No, we appreciate everything you're doing. And, the point is, the lights in the township are quite old, and if you could replace the Cobra, it's a Cobra head, Steve? Yeah.
I believe so, Commissioner.
Okay, so.
All right, so are there any, does anybody have any open issues?
Yeah, I just, first of all, I want to say thank you for incorporating the sidewalks and the curbs into the plan. I think that we were pretty strong about that, and I was very pleased to see them in the plan. My remaining concern of all of these waivers that are requested.
Elaine, excuse me 1 second. I'm
Yeah?
sorry. I think we're still on the light.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Elaine. It came up to me that these lights are not on our property. Steve, I wasn't aware, these lights are not on the property. I believe they're across the street, the existing street.
If you give me a
lights.
sec, I'm trying to pull the plan up right now.
Okay.
I have a drawing set if you want.
Is that?
Aren't they in the right of way?
Where are the lights?
So what?
Okay.
Yeah, they're not technically, but it's the, we have a right to ask. Yeah, no, it's perfectly within our bounds to ask. You're doing a development in a neighborhood. Are they within the frontage of the property? Like it?
One, you can't see it.
Hey, Jim, can we get the overhead?
I don't care if they're on the same side of the street or across the street.
Yeah, they're across, but
they're within the envelope of the project. I'm going to ask that you do these.
Okay.
This one's already fixed.
That one is on your property.
Well,
Which one? This one? Is that a street light?
no. Is that? Yeah, that one. The one in the corner is not.
Oh, wait, here's the property line, right?
Yeah, it's on the other side of the street.
No, but it's on your property. It's within the title line.
So the applicant
It's
agrees.
across the street, but it's within the
And
title
let's
line.
be clear, one of the lights has been upgraded?
Yes.
Steve, do you agree with that one of the lights out there has already been upgraded? You have a photograph, okay.
Commissioner, I'd have to check our repair logs,
we have a
which are
photo.
lengthy.
The applicant has a photo they're going to show us.
And you can't really.
Well, let's put it this way. Subject to the township agreement that one has been upgraded, we'll accept one, but if it hasn't been upgraded, we would expect two. Do you agree to this?
You understand that?
Okay.
The fact that they're not on the property but in the right-of-way, give them every ability to upgrade the light.
Yeah, no, they're in agreement.
They're actually in the title
Okay.
line anyway. They're across
So
the street, but they're in the
Steve, you'll determine if both need upgrade?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Right,
Okay,
Commissioner.
my comment is about the stormwater. Most of the other waivers I think we've discussed and have support from the Planning Commission, but the stormwater one I want to just explore a little bit. In the Gannett Fleming letter, it says that the three planned rain gardens will address the water quality volume. And then in the proposed resolution, we're being asked to give a waiver for that volume. So I need a little clarification about that.
I believe that waiver is required because we can't do that through conventional infiltration means, but we can use a rain garden to treat the water for water quality purposes.
So the rain gardens are not then addressing the required volume reduction?
They will maintain that volume, but they're really treating it for water quality rather than strict infiltration into the ground.
All right, can we hear from staff as to, is this an adequate,
Which specific waiver were you referring
well,
to?
the last waiver is number F. And it's addressed in your letter on page 4, the top paragraph, which when I read that, it led me to believe that they were addressing the water quality volume.
That waiver refers to the property's inability to perk.
Okay. And we addressed this last time in saying, well, if it can't perk, what are the rain gardens going to do? Right?
Well, that's why they included all the rain gardens, because the property can't perk.
So the logic
Okay,
is...
but, right, this just doesn't make any sense. Either then they don't need a waiver if the rain gardens are going to address it.
They still need a waiver because it's a requirement of the code, and I don't have the authority to let them do either or. That's
Because the
Board of
rain garden
Commissioners.
doesn't count even if it works?
That's correct.
Okay.
Also, the rain garden, as I understand it, it's not going to infiltrate the required volume. You have a numeric criteria.
That's correct. Rain gardens don't infiltrate. And the specific code item that they're requesting a waiver for is specifically for infiltration.
The numeric criteria of the...
That's correct.
Right. So the logic is that if someone had built here 10,000 years ago, it wouldn't have perked. Because, you're not getting any, you can't perk on land that inherently can't percolate.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not weakening the system by, so that's the logic of the waiver as it came to us, when we adopted the ordinance.
And Roger, your recommendation is that we grant this waiver because there's just no other solution?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens to the water? Sorry to ask a dumb question, but it's in the rain garden, the rain is stopped, what happens?
It gets absorbed by the plants and the foliage and it evaporates?
Okay, so that's different than percolation, that's transpiration?
Yes.
Okay, absorption, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, for granting the waiver, I'd ask that at least the frontage there be repaved and the street be redone, if not an additional 100 feet to the applicant.
You want them to repave our street?
Sure.
Somebody wants to make a motion.
Sure, if they want a waiver.
I mean, that's,
Just make a motion.
Waiver for...
I don't, these are just two individuals, Bob, that, huh? They're not a mega corporation.
So I just think if you want to do it, then make a motion and we'll have a vote.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I don't think he wants to do it. That's why he was coming up to complain, but...
Would be the frontage of the property.
Let's just see what happens before we...
Okay, I'll make a motion that we repave the street.
Are we talking about all of Willow Avenue?
Just the frontage of their property.
Frontage, right, there.
Well, it's... Yeah, it's...
Okay, is there...
She didn't make...
Well, be more specific, Cheryl, could you?
Repave the area in front of the street, and what did you say, 100?
It would be the frontage, if they would.
Right.
Well, is it in disrepair? Let's start with that question.
I think if we're looking at the picture there,
Yeah, right, I think so.
I think it does.
We have a motion. Yeah, maybe nobody wants to second.
All right, here, let me,
Did the utility work on the street? I see a patch down the middle of the road. Well, they're required to pave that side of the street, and are they going to do so?
Approach Aqua.
Commissioner, I believe that utility cut predated that change in the ordinance, which was before my time here, but
well, a friendly amendment to the motion. The motion should be move that the applicant be required to repave the road in front of the subject property, subject to the supervision and approval of the Township and Steve Norsini as the Director of Public Works.
Are we referring to both Willow and Plain Avenue, too? Is that what the motion is? Or are we just talking about?
He's saying in front of. I think that means plant.
Is a corner
Is
property.
plant the side?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Forgot about that. Well, what is it? Is there a second?
Well, as friendly amendment, if Cheryl accepts that.
I do accept it.
So I'll second. I'll second that.
Okay, two questions. Will the applicant be tying into the sewer and water in the street? Will it require cuts into the street?
Yes, it will. And if we will require those cuts, then we're going to have to repave it if cuts are required. So to the extent that we are disturbing the street, we will repave that area of the street that we are disturbing.
Well,
But I don't know if we're
that's
disturbing
just,
it, though.
Commissioner Fisher, that would just be a patch. Our
hear
ordinance
it.
requires
Yeah.
4 within 100
So-
feet and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, our goal in the township, I understand this could be burdensome, and I'm not sure where I'm going to fall with this. But we have to be reasonable, too. Because I don't know what the I don't know how long the street is. How many feet are we talking? How linear feet?
This is a stretch for me. I don't see it as appropriate. That's where you're going, Jim.
These are people they're family people from North Wayne. They're not.
Will you build a basin for us in North Wayne?
From California.
It's not a large.
It's only $800,000.
We're building a few houses.
Sounds like a scout.
Yeah, I don't think I will support this. I think it seems. I mean, if you had to tear up the street to put a new sewer line in, you would repave the street. But I think you're just going to do laterals into the existing system. Steve, does this system require just laterals, or will it be a line down the street?
Whatever they do, they'll conform to our road opening permit requirements. So if it's enough within a single lane, they'll have to do a single lane mill and resurface. If it's patches, if they're so far apart, they won't have to, but they'll have to adhere to our ordinance regardless.
Okay.
It looks like there's three units, right? So they're going to make 3. We're going to have 3 trenches.
4 units.
Is there 4? Yeah, there'll be 4 trenches, won't there, Steve? And what's the depth of the sewer out there? Is there a sewer line in the road? Willow?
The sewer comes out the back of the property.
Thank you, Roger.
All right.
All right. So what Roger says, there won't be any cuts into the road because it's out the back.
That's not what I said. I said the sewer comes out the back.
So where are we going to put where's the sewer cuts then?
Pennsylvania, or plant, I'm sorry.
All right, does the movement want to withdraw her motion, or does she want to vote on it?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Let's vote on
but
it.
It seems to me that after these projects get done, the street gets ruined. And it's not, I understand that you're going to patch it, but we have so many lumpy patches that I thought it might be good and an asset to your development to have it repaved.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, and is there any discussion from the
I have one quick question, though. All the waivers, A through F, and this would be for mostly Kevin Kachansky, I think, those were all what we discussed in caucus, and my recollection is that we communicated our agreement with them as a board. Do you recall?
Yes. I prepared the list.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah,
Kevin.
The waivers that were in front of
Yes.
you were sidewalks also. They're off the list.
Yes, so this is the list that reflects the things that we said, yes, we agree to this waiver, no, we don't agree to that
Correct.
waiver. Those things were taken off.
Right, and the plans were updated since
Yes.
caucus
Very
with
good.
an updated waiver list.
All right, let's
And
have.
wait, let me just add to that, they were also recommended by Planning Commission. When we discussed them, we went through them, and Planning Commission recommended these waivers as well.
Let's vote on, do you want to say something on the issue of paving the street? All right, let's vote on that then, if you don't want.
Is that the only vote?
That's the only thing we're going to do. We're going to vote, the motion is to,
That's withdrawn.
No, it's not.
no, he's still got it.
We left it, she left it.
No, she withdrew it.
She withdrew it.
Yeah, you can.
You can. Small parliament.
All right, so are you okay to proceed, Rich?
Well, no, I thought we should vote on it, win or lose, but, I mean, here's the thing, look, there's a stack of waivers, and as representatives of the people, right, we ought to try to drive the best deal that we can get. Now, if we're asked to provide a waiver, the township generally, well, in any negotiation, if somebody is asking you to, we do this all the time, we break our rules for every individual developer. If we're asked, you ought to get something, at least try to make a good deal. And if we don't try to ask for anything, we're making a bad deal.
All right,
we're not representing our constituents.
I think you're right. I think you're right, but we don't have a typical developer here. And they've already agreed to do sidewalks and curbs and streetlights. I mean, that's not going to be chump change. That's a lot of money. So I would think that because there are people, North Wayne people, Radnor people, we ought to kind of step back
I'm
on the
confused
question
then. Who's living in these houses here?
repaving.
Who's going to live in these houses? Are you guys going to live in these houses? You're going to sell them, right?
These waivers, almost every one of
Okay,
these
but
waivers.
Nick, they are developers, right? They're building houses they're going to sell for money.
They live
It's
in the
it's
area,
not this is not Habitat for
a
Humanity.
couple blocks away. I think, Rich, you're probably familiar with this house. This house is not in good condition, has not been in good condition for years and years. There's no stormwater management on this site right now. They're providing stormwater management currently. They're doing a vast improvement to the neighborhood by what they're doing.
And
here.
that's
You hear
the good deal.
over and over again about stormwater. They are improving the stormwater situation as it exists.
All right,
Probably not as much to Ken's liking, because we know Ken is all about it.
All right,
but-
so the motion has been withdrawn, and we're now.
I do want to speak to the.
The motion was withdrawn, and we're now going to waivers A through F. What do you want to speak on?
10 Taylor, Willow Avenue. I've appeared before on this development, encouraging you, and in light of what all administrations you just went through this evening, having to do with tackling stormwater in this specific area, there's got to be a point in time in which you as a board take some responsibility for the kind of stormwater problems where that responsibility can be dealt with in another way. And you had an opportunity here, despite the idea that you like sidewalks. Sidewalks on a street in which there is no continuity of sidewalks. There's no sidewalks on plan anywhere else except in front of this property. There's no sidewalks on that side of Willow Avenue until you get all the way down and turn the bend on Willow Avenue. But you're going to add 1,200 square feet of impervious because you like sidewalks. The applicant offered to construct his property in a way in which he could take some stormwater off the street and introduce it into these rain garden portion of the development, and instead you have him put curbing in. everywhere else on Willow Avenue, and your own chagrin people say, one of the things is we don't want people to discharge their stormwater off of their roofs into the street. This applicant was willing to take some off the street and put it on his property
Ken,
and
the
deal with it.
problem is-
I'm just saying that you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. We're seeing how difficult it is to deal with stormwater. We've got development ordinances that are what they are, impervious surface limitations where they are, but this is an area in which this board could actually help those people out here, and the applicant was willing to do it.
This
Skip
issue
the
was
sidewalks.
debated at our last meeting, and there was no support on this board for them not to build sidewalks. Does anybody want to change their view on it?
Oh, I know what you want. I'm telling you that when we have the kind of neighbor against neighbor stuff that we went on earlier tonight, this board, where it can act, has to take some responsibility of limiting stormwater in these little kind of increments. This is a developer who is willing to do it. No sidewalks, allow to skip the curbing so his property can take some of the street runoff. And we've told him no, because the way this board envisions the sidewalks and the curbs. I know you've got the power to do it. I'm just saying that this is incrementally adding stormwater, and I'm asking this board to take efforts into its own hands where it has the ability to do so. Every little bit counts. You're adding 1,200 square feet of impervious. You're preventing the water from coming past the curbs to be partially treated on this property. I encourage you not to do so.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I didn't vote for sidewalks the last time. We didn't vote. We had a caucus.
I get requests from constituents to have the township come out and build them a curb, because they don't like runoff from the streets coming onto their property and eroding their gardens and their lawns. So this issue was put to bed last time. I don't think anybody wants to change their view on this.
This developer told you that if you allowed them to go without the curbs, he could configure the lot to actually take some of the stream. And remember, Plant Avenue sits high. It comes down from the sweep from Aberdeen and Plant Avenue and runs down both sides of Willow Avenue. You get the unusual fact that a developer is actually willing to take some street water and introduce it in his own property, and you turn them down because your vision is nice cement curbs going with nice cement sidewalks. You've got an opportunity to start mitigating stormwater. Take it. That's all I'm saying. You have to take a part of your responsibility when you have the ability to act and you don't do so.
Commissioner Booker, I apologize. It took me quite a long time to pull these up electronically. The developer is going to have to pave one single lane up Plant for a distance, and then at one point he'll have to pave both sides. Even though his sewer's marked as 4 separates, it will be one pipeline, but he will have to do some paving, and that's just based on our ordinance.
All right, thank you. I want to ask the developer if there is 4 votes up here to rescind our earlier, we didn't vote on anything.
No, we didn't.
Okay, our thinking on sidewalks. If the developer could deliver a plan that does what Mr. Taylor says, which is to divert street water onto the property in a environmentally sound way, not to cause additional erosion, but to benefit the public by keeping street water from running down the street and around the bend to Willow and hitting other properties.
I just have sort of a technical challenge on that. What we heard earlier is that the site doesn't perk. It's this small site. So, I mean, part of my reasoning last time is I don't think you're going to get the benefit that Ken identified. So that's, if you're going to make that decision, I wouldn't make it based upon sort of that loose reasoning that you just provided.
How about, Roger, can you comment on that issue, that point? Could a system be devised to do what Mr. Taylor's
The
talking
site
about?
is not that large to take in, I think, the amount of water that you're picturing to make a very large impact in that area. I mean, it's a small site, small rain gardens. It will help some, but it's not going to be a very large impact in what's going on there.
All right. I'm going to leave it the way it was discussed at caucus. And so I'd like to know now, are we all
And the curbing is granite?
It's concrete.
Is there granite in that neighborhood, Steve?
There's many different things. There's some areas that aren't curbed, but concrete would be appropriate for that corner lot.
And was there a motion on the resolution at all?
I don't think so,
All right, so
no.
I'll move the approval of Resolution 2015-106.
Is there a second?
Well, you have to indicate that because that resolution as drafted has.
Very good.
You have to just.
Approving waivers A through F and adding requirement G that the property owner upgrade the lights in a manner that's consistent with the township engineer's requirements.
All right.
Second.
Second, okay, thank you. Any discussion from the board?
Just one, what is the overflow, I can't remember what the one space reduction of overflow parking, what's that waiver about? Letter C?
Yeah, there's a provision in the code that says for every 4 units, you're supposed to provide 1 guest space. That guest space was provided over in this area. Last time discussion was that in order to do that, of course, we're increasing impervious. We replaced that by installation of the sidewalk, which the board had requested. And also, it seemed like it was just silly to have that requirement when you're going to have 4 units fighting over the 1 guest space. And we could see that a lot of problems would develop as a result.
So what are we going to do with the guests, though, that the people have? No guests allowed?
There's driveways. Each unit has a driveway. Each unit has a garage.
Is there parking on that street?
There's parking down on Cowan, down Willow at Cowan Field. And Cowan's Alley also has parking.
All
which
right,
is right
are
around
we
the block.
okay, everybody? We have 28 minutes now. Are we okay with the motion? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And the motion passes for the first time tonight, 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a resolution, not a motion. All right, we are now in 27 and a half minutes, we are going to discuss the budget.
So
Since we have bond counsel and our financial advisor, why don't we do that first?
We have to
Can I
do the
make
budget
even-
tonight.
Can I make I'd say we take care of F and G because I think we can dispense with them rather quickly. And then we have to make a decision about how much we're going to, essentially then we have to map out the rest of the evening.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. All right, let's move ahead. I think Mr. Curley's right. Let's go to ordinance 2015-11, which is a final adoption, park and recreation land and fee requirement, amending Chapter 255 of the Radnor Township Code. Who's community development? I'm reading this.
So I'll pass the,
Sorry.
I motion approval of ordinance 2015-11.
I second it.
Any discussion up here? Any discussion from the audience?
Elaine was second on that. I call it.
Okay, we are ready to vote? All those?
I just have one question. Could you make for the audience out there clear what developments and what date this is, I guess, is it retroactive? Does it include Villanova? Does it include Biomed?
No.
Does it include? Yeah, so
Penn Medicine,
Biomed will
not
be
Biomed.
included,
No.
but Villanova is not, and Ardrossan is not.
Wait, no, John Rice says no,
No,
Only
it's not-
on
it's
plans
not-
that are
It's
filed.
not retroactive on any plan that's been officially filed. Any future plans, any sketch plans that haven't been formally
So the
filed.
Penn Medicine or CHOP or whoever owns the place now that was Biomed, they have not put in a plan, correct, John?
Correct.
Okay, so it would be
So if the-
applicable to them.
If, if it's a new revised plan, then
And
it
it
applies.
applies to what types of, is it all commercial and residential?
Yes.
Okay,
Over
thank you.
5,000 square feet.
Anybody else? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. And Don, keep going on item G, please.
Yeah, so I'll move the approval of resolution 2015-112.
Second.
And then John Rice, can you explain to us this item?
Yes. This is an addendum to an existing court stipulation from 2003 involving the Villanova Center. The 2003 court settlement dealt with several items regarding the existing and then the development of that particular tract of ground, primarily for commercial and office uses. There was a disagreement over the last year and a half regarding how parking was to be calculated as the uses, now that they're at full build-out with the final building, how many parking spaces would be required given the number of restaurants primarily that were now being proposed for that site. That disagreement resulting in a lawsuit being filed over the 2003 settlement agreement and how it was to be interpreted. The landowners thought it should be interpreted a certain way. The township thought it should be interpreted a different way. So that was the gist of the lawsuit, was over how parking was to be calculated under that 2003 agreement. We've been discussing settlement, as the board knows. We've met a couple times involving this addendum. What's in front of you tonight is basically establishing a baseline for parking today, and then how, as uses change in a multi-use development, uses change over a number of years. What happens if a use with a larger parking requirement moves in, and then how does that get calculated? There's a baseline set forth in this agreement. It also deals with future disputes, since this is actually the third, I think, lawsuit involving this property.
So how does it deal with future disputes?
It sends this to arbitration if there's a dispute.
Oh, that's not much help. An arbitrator doesn't rule it. In other words, it's not going to. Why don't we have something in there that will prevent future disputes? An arbitrator is only going to split the baby, and then still cost money and time.
What's your suggestion, Mr. Booker?
Have a strong provision in the agreement that says no dispute. You know, that there will be no waivers. That you make it clear that this is the last final end all be all. This is the last compromise we'll ever make from now to the end of time.
I think we're not well. We're compromising. Both sides.
It is a compromise.
Well, that's a definition of a settlement. Both sides are giving up their.
What are they giving up?
Positions. They're giving up the right to. They're giving up their interpretation of the 2003 settlement agreement, which was we have floating non-conforming uses to do what we want to do. So we have an agreed baseline, which I thought was important. We also had Gilmore, your traffic engineer, do a shared parking study over how parking is calculated now and how it's calculated going forward. The 2003 settlement agreement and your current zoning is based upon a zoning ordinance that was enacted in the late 70s, which looks at parking for every use, adds them all up. You get this big number for parking, whether you need it or not, and then you have to build it. So you add more impervious, you got a bigger stormwater requirement. By settling this, we've agreed upon a shared parking analysis by our engineer. They've done a review of all the proposed uses, and they have, I think, 10 or 12 space surplus. Damien's here for Amy Kaminsky, but you have a...
You said 12 space surplus.
12 space surplus. They're adding an additional 10 spaces that aren't there currently, correct, Dave?
Yes, we're adding additional spaces, yes.
So we could certainly continue to litigate this, Mr. Booker. I think this is one of those things that makes sense If there's a parking problem out there, it's going to be the tenants of the property owners that are going to have an issue. We're also going to look at enacting some shared parking provisions in the zoning ordinance for multi-use buildings, because it's something that you should do for a lot of planning reasons. But your ordinance has not been updated since the late 70s on parking and how to deal with multi-use developments, and I think it's important that you do it. So this will settle all the claims by both sides. It'll settle some enforcement notices that were issued to the property owner, and it sets a baseline and then a way to deal with future disputes. It's a contract that the court approved in '03. You're basically amending the contract.
Yeah, in 03, well, first of all, there's plenty of documents that are much older than the 1970s, which we still adhere to today. The Constitution of the state and federal government is one. Secondly, as you said, this will do nothing. This will do nothing to ensure the provisions of the township ordinance are enforceable going forward. They simply provide for, we'll go to arbitration. It doesn't, there's no, again, we do such a poor job. I'm just like Donald Trump. We do such a poor job of negotiating. We cannot seem to get a decent deal with any of these guys. We give away everything every single time. We get absolutely nothing. It's ridiculous. It's absolute. No, look, we end up changing our rules for a favored, well, actually, maybe it's not a favored constituency. It's someone who pressured us into it. The counterparty gives up nothing, and we give up our interpretation of what the rules are, and we get no assurance that the issue is settled going forward. Again, I can't see how this is a good arrangement in any regard.
Okay, I'm going to support this settlement agreement. I think it's a fair and positive development in the sort of rancor that's led up to it. In my opinion, the way I view the world, our business owners and our commercial residents are not our enemy. We're not trying to bilk them. We're trying to encourage them to be successful.
No one's trying to bilk anything, Elaine. This is a matter of changing the rules. This is no. Hey, listen,
Commissioner,
folks.
Commissioner,
There is
point of order.
no. Just one more. There's nothing in our ordinance which allows us to do this shared parking arrangement. This is not permitted. It's changing the rules. That's flat out. It's not bilking anyone. And believe me, folks, I am far more pro-business than Elaine Paul Schaefer. I am a conservative. I'm a Republican. There's nobody that's on this board that's more pro-business than me. It's not a matter about being pro-business. It's a matter of clear rules consistently applied.
I own 2 businesses. Does that make me more pro-business, or do you?
Probably not, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'd like to hear what Elaine was trying to say personally.
Go ahead and finish.
Don't say we're
Thank you.
bilking anybody. We're
Anyway,
not bilking anyone.
As I was saying, I see it as our responsibility on this board to support our businesses, to work with our businesses as partners, and to come to agreements when we have disagreements that are in the best interests of our residents. That's what and our taxpayers. I see this settlement agreement as doing that. I am very encouraged to try out this shared parking arrangement. It is the future of multiple use development, which is a direction we as a township do want to go into. And this is a nice case study to try it, because if it doesn't work, our neighborhoods are not going to suffer. You know, the big worry is that if you have a shared parking arrangement and it doesn't work, then people just park in the neighborhoods. Well, there is no neighborhood for people to park in here. There is no parking on Route 30. It's not going to work. So if this doesn't work, it will have to be the business owner who figures out a solution, and because the tenants won't want to stay there. So I'm a big proponent of trying this out in this particular situation. I do agree that we should look at this to incorporate this into our zoning, because shared parking is a very positive solution to paving over. We don't need to overpark our town. We don't need to pave over every square inch so that every possible person ever could park all at once. So I'm supportive of this agreement. I'm supportive of it's working with our businesses so that they are economically successful and they can make their investments, which pays off for all of us. And I will be voting to support this agreement.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
I do. I would like to say that this was a recommendation of our comprehensive plan in 2003. That's 12 years ago, and we're finally starting it. So I think it's a good move.
All right.
And again, this is, Elaine's view is from a person whose ward does not include a substantial amount of commercial development.
All right.
So it's easy for her to make that, impose it on other people.
In the interest of making some headway into the balance of our agenda, I've got to stop. No more comments, please, with all due respect. You can talk all night, but I would ask you for that. And I'm going to vote for it. Any other people want to say anything? Anybody from the audience? Okay, all those in favor of the settlement say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
And the motion passes, or the resolution passes 6-1.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, now we are we're going backwards, and we're going to go to the budget.
All right, I got it.
Resolution 2015. Don, did you,
My
111.
my sense is we need to map out the rest of the evening. My argument for the bond issue is almost identical to the basin. It's too soon. Wait until November. Cheryl hasn't been elected.
Okay, Don, point of order. It's actually my committee right now that should be reporting on this. The meeting's not over yet. We're gonna go line by line here.
Okay, but Jim asked me a question and I answered it. And
no,
Jim's
but
the,
point of
Jim's
order.
The president. So.
Let's just get done something. At 11 o'clock, we will vote to extend the meeting or not extend the meeting. Just period.
I think it would make more sense to map out the rest of the evening and decide what.
We don't know where that's going to fall. So I'll move Resolution 2015-111. This is pursuant to Chapter 7.06 of the Home Rule Charter. Board approval of the 2016 recommended comprehensive budget, subject to further review and amendment.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion?
Do you have a presentation or you just want our comments?
No. Yeah, for tonight's purposes, typically what we've done is that since the summary budget was presented at the last meeting, the more comprehensive document was published then on the 17th. And since we're merely satisfying the charter requirement to have something adopted no less than 60 days before the end of the year, this isn't the time to have the great big presentation. This is to get the township recommended budget on the books, publicize or publish or advertise for the public hearing then in November, and then that's where we go into the more detailed deliberations. So no formal, unless you'd like me to, I'd be more than happy.
No. Well, I do have a couple comments. I had a few discussion points about particular items in the budget, which can wait until our next discussion, given that it's 10 of 11. But two overarching comments that I'd like to make regarding the capital budget. And one is really just something I want to put out there for everyone to consider when they're going through the capital budget. And it is as pertains to the stormwater budget. We have items in the 2016 column for that, and then we have items looking forward to 2020. In the 2016 column, there are 3 more watershed studies. We've done one. And then the funding going on out is for projects that our Stormwater Management Committee has looked at and recommended from the ITHN study. What's going to happen is that if we pass this budget in 2016, we will have 3 more studies in addition to the ITHN study, and they will also result in recommendations for projects. So I want to point out to everyone that when you're looking at that budget, it is very fluid, because once those 3 studies are done, some of the projects that are in there from the ITHN study will get elbowed out by some of the projects that come up from the other 3 studies. So when I saw that budget, I got a little nervous about, passing a budget with all of those projects in it. The only thing that's really definite is the 2016 plan, and everything moving forward will change once the 2016 funded watershed plans get done. So that's my comment on the capital budget stormwater. My other comment is a general comment about our capital budget and the 0% increase. The 0% tax increase is fantastic, it's wonderful, but it's only 0% because this budget, this capital budget, does not include necessary capital expenses on the assumption that we are going to have a bond to cover those expenses. If for whatever reason we decide not to do a bond, those capital expenses don't go away, they don't disappear. We still have them. We still have a library that we need to fund. We still have parks that we need to put money into, and we still have trails that we'd like to get started. So I want to just point out that if there was a decision ever that we don't do the bond, we still have those responsibilities. They're not in the 0% budget on the assumption that they'd be in the bond. And if people on this board or in future boards decide to do that through straight out tax increase and front load it to taxpayers now, that's a decision we could make. A decision we cannot make is to just forget, pretend those needs don't exist. They exist, they need to be funded, we haven't funded them, and it's time to fund them. So those are the comments I wanted to make in a general sense. And again, I'll save the kind of questions, line by line questions, until our next discussion when it's not 10 of 11.
All right, I'll just make a quick comment. I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Schaefer has stated. In fact, since 2012, 2013, 14, and 15, we held off tax increases in lieu of capital projects. We made choices. Okay. We could have had tax increases in every one of those years to do the funding on these parks, trails, infrastructure every year. When I came on the board in 2007, the end of 2007, guess what happened next? The Great Recession. And we decided in 2007, 2008, not to do any big capital, not to borrow money. The interest rates were very high. It was not a good time to issue new debt. But I want to emphasize that the reason we end up with these zero increase budgets is because the management has been able to hold off on a lot of other expenses and not impose capital projects. You can shake your head all you want. Why don't you sit up here for 8 years and you'll see it.
John, come on, don't berate people. These are constituents. That's inappropriate. Don't do that.
Rich, the thing is, you can come up.
Tell you that we spent a record amount of capital just last year.
And also, we have had a tax increase. We had the rain tax. Stormwater was an 8% tax average. That was a tax increase. Don't say that. It's not true.
Well, I'm looking at the millage rates, 3.7511, 2012, 13, 14, and 15. And the reality was, in those years, we did not issue money towards large capital improvement projects. We purchased land. I don't consider that a capital project. We didn't improve infrastructure. We need to do this. So we're going to talk about that next. But I want to thank Bob and all the staff for doing their best to controlling cost over the last 5 years and keeping us living within our means. And now it's time to start doing capital projects, and we need to start fixing the infrastructure. That's my only comment.
Okay, again, my comment is we have had tax increases. You know, it happened to be termed a stormwater fee, but it was imposed on every taxpayer according to what they own, and roughly proportional to the value of the property. It is a tax, there's no question. We also got much more aggressive in taxing our business taxpayers, which presumably Ms. Schaefer would be against. I don't think she voted against it when she did. The business taxpayers in the township definitely feel put upon by overly aggressive business privilege and mercantile tax auditing and collections that this board has imposed on them. So that's what the businesses have an issue with. Now this budget, it's, you know, I think this is the time to go through the budget, notwithstanding 1055. This, as Commissioner Curley so often likes to point out, is an anchor. This will serve as the basis for all future discussions on the budget, and therefore, this is absolutely the time to go through it line by line so that we have, as an anchor, something we can all live with. Once we pass this, there'll be very little movement off of the budget as it stands. Finally, the fact that we want to have a bond issue which would marginally increase debt service payments is no necessary predicate to raising taxes. Taxes do not need to be raised. This is the old Washington Monument play. As soon as someone wants to reduce the budget, they say, okay, we have to shut down the Washington Monument. That's the concept. There's plenty of places in the budget that we can reduce expense and absorb any marginal increase in debt service. Part of this bond issue will be refinancing of existing indebtedness, which will actually cut costs annually. So that's a reduction. That's a plus for us. Any increase can be more than offset through other expenditures. Now, this board has chosen to increase taxes or to increase payments into what we call ARCs and MMOs and other benefits for existing employees. So I think we're talking about some specific areas, but just because you want to increase debt service does not necessarily mean that you need to increase taxes. And I would like to see this budget be a negative, a reduction in taxes and millage rates so that we could accommodate any amount that would be for a bond issue for the projects that have been contemplated.
Could I ask you a question? If we pass the bond ordinance, that will trigger a requirement that we service the debt by paying down principal and interest.
That's correct.
All right. How would you do that?
You reduce the operating budget going forward.
And how would you do that?
Well, there's a variety of ways to do it. You decrease expenditures.
Where would you cut?
I would cut in a variety of places. The most obvious place is where we have most of our expenditures, which is in staff.
Let's keep this going. Who in staff? How would you do
okay.
that?
This is what they always. Oh well, Kim. No, you have to point out who you're going to. No,
Rich.
Look. The point is.
Where would you cut?
I would cut wherever there is excess expense, wherever we're spending money we don't need to spend. And there are many places. So if you believe that this township cannot possibly take a couple of $100,000 out of a $40 million plus budget, you are mistaken. I am sure we have plenty of places to cut. Now, just because nobody wants to do it, just because we're going to make it most hard on the constituents,
we rely on our.
No, we got 1 minute.
We're going to get there in a second.
We got 1 minute. Yeah, you're right. So let's stop talking about it. We don't have time to go into it right now.
Well, I just want to wrap one thing up.
Well, before we run out of time, I make a motion that we extend for 1/2 hour the meeting
Second.
time.
You second?
All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Time
to go home.
Passes 6-1. What I was going to say is, I rely on our township manager, for his advice on where there are personnel that are surplusage. And he in turn relies on his senior managers to tell him where there are personnel that are surplusages. And we're down at a level now of 120 employees.
It's 124.
Which is down from, Bob, help me with the time and the years.
It's up since 2012.
It's
125, and the reason why we're up from 2012 is we took the police officers down to a dangerous level in this town. So thank you for bringing that up, Rich, to negotiate the contract. So let me just say one thing that's factually correct. No employees' benefits have been increased in this township since 2010. So that's an inaccurate statement that you made. We have not increased any business taxes to any businesses in Radnor Township since 2010. That's fact. So I just want to make those facts correct.
You didn't increase the rate, but you increased collections.
Accurate. That's accurate.
Tax revenues went up.
That's a fact. I just want to make sure those are facts. Those are facts. So we got to make those clear. So the issue is in employees, and this needs to come out. This needs to come out. The residents need to know that we took the police force down, I believe, to 28 police officers covering Radnor Township. There were some areas of the township we did not cover. There were wards that were not covered with police officers that I know concerned the commissioners, that I know concerned me, that concerned the police department, to negotiate new terms and conditions for the contract in which new hires were brought in under new terms and conditions that reduce benefits. So we need to make that factual out there so everybody understands that those things were reduced. Those terms and conditions were reduced. But also under the new rate contract, which is our public works guys, now they get no post-employment benefit, no health care. They receive no pension. Those were big changes in those contracts that the board had asked us to do to look at. So those are changes. And also too, which our labor attorney has told us too, that understanding the Pennsylvania law, what in the police area, what has been given to them cannot be taken away. So the board understands we cannot go to them and just say, I mean, maybe it sounds good, we're going to pound the table and we're going to go to arbitration. You can't take those things away from the police. But we were able to get them to move in that direction because some of the moves that we had to make. Those were things that we did. Those were hard decisions the board had to live with, we had to live with, that we had to make. So those are things that we need to talk about, those types of things that we had to do.
Let's go through the budget right now. Let's go through all of it.
But those are things that
we have half an hour.
Well, we're required to introduce it tonight. I just want to clarify, you know, I've been on the chair of the personnel committee now for I think 6 years, and as
John, we can save it. If you guys believe that there's no possible way we can spend less in this government, I wholeheartedly disagree with you. And there are ways we can spend less and have it not be even noticed by this constituency and to pay the debt service.
Rich,
now you disagree.
I say we take a vote. Who wants to do
go
what
through
wants
it.
to do?
Rich, I agree with you. We can't spend less, but those are types of things like policy decisions have to be made by the board to say, here's what we want to do, because these are things that are going to affect us, how we deliver day-to-day service.
You don't need to take away trash pickup.
Rich, I'm not saying that.
You don't need to do that.
You got to give us some direction of where we want to go.
We don't need to give you direction. We're relying on you, as we just said.
Rich,
I have a big one. I have a big one right here.
Give me a number that you want us to work in.
What's the debt service? What's our anticipated debt service from the bond? Is that going to be about 500,000? We said
we will do that.
About 500,000.
Yes.
That's two people.
That's more than two people.
No, it's not. It's two people.
Just a point of clarification. Just a point of clarification. Yes, you could spend less. Yes, you could cut jobs. You could remove staff. We went from 166 staff members in 2002 to 125 this year. We have not lost any services. I would say we've eked out all the efficiencies you're going to get. Every person that works in this township pulls double duty. Everybody works it. I get emails from Kevin Kachansky at 11 o'clock at night responding to my questions. I get emails from Bob and Steve and Tammy and everyone any time of the day, weekends, I received the budget from Bill White, 11 o'clock on Sunday. And you know what I wrote back to him? Thank you for working the weekend. Okay? I didn't say, Bill, can you cut jobs? I said, thank you for working the weekend. So I appreciate the rhetoric. I've lived through 8 years I've helped. I really feel like I've played a role in this. I actually sat through layoffs. I sat in the manager's office and laid off people back in 2008, 2009. Okay? That was not my responsibility, but I felt responsible. I felt that I was the guy that made the decision to lay off people. I should at least sit in that office and have to face those people as I tell them they're losing their job. Okay? So that's the hard reality. We've cut the jobs. We're down. We're not going to cut any more jobs.
We don't.
Okay?
We can reduce through attrition. You don't need to cut 2 people.
That's great.
2 people.
But you know, we're not going to let the police force fall ever again to those levels. We're not going to do that. So
we have a police force that's by Villanova. So what are you going to do about that?
Maybe they'll give us some mutual aid. That'll be good. So I appreciate the budget. We'll talk about it in detail. Bill White, thank you for your hard work. All staff for your contributions on the budget. Again, this doesn't come easy. The staff that we have, I say it every year. We keep asking them to do more and more with less and less. The population didn't freeze in 2002, by the way. Okay, the student population in this township has gone up quite a bit in those 13 years. Okay, the population of our township has gone up. The services we provide have increased, yet we haven't hired more people.
Services haven't increased. John, I appreciate the rhetoric, but to say that a $45 million budget, there is no room for a few $100,000.
I didn't say that.
Is just patently false.
I said that there's probably no room for cutting staff.
It's someone who's going off of the board and who is a tax and spend person. It's not your money. That's the problem. It's not your money.
I'm going to ask for public comment at this point. I'm going to recognize our esteemed real estate mogul, Mr. Lowy.
Tom Lowy, North Wayne Avenue. I just had a question for Mr. Booker, because I'm kind of misinterpreting what you're saying, and maybe you can clear it up for me, because what you said was that we're spending energy and time collecting money that we're due by doing auditing and being more diligent about collection of taxes from businesses, and you are against that?
Well, I've asked that question of Mr. Booker myself, and because I believe everybody should pay his or her fair share. And if we have slackers that are dodging our laws and forcing the rest of us to pay more, then that should be addressed, and it should be vigorously pursued through audits and collections.
There's Commissioner Higgins calling our businesses slackards and not paying their fair share of business privilege and mercantile tax.
Leslie, I apologize for barking at you.
No,
Yes.
it's fine, John.
I had to eat some candy and turn the air conditioner
I want to
down.
go get my little Cheez-Its at Wawa.
So I apologize.
I have a question before I get to my final comments, if we're going to keep going on the budget, and I don't want to get too far from Mr. White. He'll be able to answer this. Mr. White, in what year did we get it was actually closer to 10 million because it was split between 2 businesses, $8 million in BPT settlement. Was that was 12? Was that 2012 or 13? That we got the 8 million?
13.
And coupled with that, wasn't there another person with $1.5 million in there that you've told us about, or a little over $1 million?
Yeah, there was a one-time settlement of $1.5 million as well.
And tonight we approved a settlement of $300,000.
Rich, we're all tired and stuff. I need this in my mind. So in 2013, we got almost $10 million in one-time settlements from the BPT. And we spent that on what? Because I know a large percentage went to capital, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Did we also spend $11.6 million on our Drawson last year, which I do, sorry you guys, consider capital. If you're going to consider trails capital, I'm considering open space land capital. So that was last year, right? 11.6? The end of last year, I think the bonds got voted in?
Yes.
Okay, so in 2 years, we spent almost $20 million in capital. We also have it budgeted in the manager's budget this year.
No, not all of the $8 million settlement went to capital.
Not all of it, I said a large portion was my
Yeah,
question
some
to
of it
you.
went to the stormwater fund to seed that. Some of it went to help address the unfunded pension liability.
Some did for the OPEB, a lot
yeah,
went to.
the Willows Bridge, which
capital
would
items.
technically be capital.
Yeah,
Then-
so I mean,
So it's,
you answered my question. I said, didn't a large portion? And you said yes.
well, but then you summed the two numbers and said it all went to capital. so-
I'll say a large portion of the 20-some million went to capital in those two items. And then this year we also have a lot budgeted for roads and bridges and all that stuff in your budget, Bob. And I just want to make sure that I truly believe that we are spending judiciously and that we have a lot of cash flow going. And the other comment I want to make in case I faint and have to go to Wawa is that I do agree that in a recession, people pull back their horns. Everybody in America did, whether you were, unless you were a billionaire, you were pulling back the reins. And townships all across this country and our state pulled back. And so we're naturally spending more because we have more cash flow. For instance, the BPT, however it was raised in millage or not raised or more collected aggressively, went from 5 to 9 million in the last 5 years. So yes, we're doing something right, I guess there, we're getting more revenue. The real estate tax has been very stable. But wouldn't it be interested to know, because Jim, you always say we were in a bad place 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Do you know that if you vote this bond in, your revenue to debt will be the same as what it was 5 years ago? And we had to cut staff then. So I know you are going, and I believe in the Clemore Cone project. I don't believe in all the other parks projects, but I believe in that one. I think it's going to be good economic development. But when you vote the debt in, you are leaving that. And you're leaving us with the tax increase, but you're also leaving us with a hell of a lot of debt. And I fear if we ever get a softening that we're not going to be able to handle it.
Lisa Goldberg.
Thankfully, I'm still saying good evening and not good morning. I appreciate all of your stamina. I'm going to reference something Leslie said at the very start, but I'm going to very respectfully disagree with her because, Leslie, you are incredibly smart and well-prepared, and you talk initials that I don't even know what they stand for. But sometimes people disagree on philosophy, and it's not about the facts, and we really have very different philosophies. Leslie started off this evening, many hours ago, by saying that you said it better, but when things are going good, that's a terrible time to raise taxes, that it would be, what did you say?
I don't think you need them in good times.
She didn't think we needed them in good times. But I think when things are going well, that's when you put your house in order. That's when we make sure the roof doesn't leak, and we make sure we fix all the trim and do the paint job and all those things, because we may not be able to do that in 3 or 4 or 5 years because we don't know what's going to happen. And so right now when things are going well, that's when we do need to invest in our township, and we do need to make these capital improvements in things that many of us believe in, like parks and libraries. And the last time I spoke here, I said, I'm never going to get up here and say, choose between a library or a park or a trail. All of those things are what make Radnor great. Times are relatively good, and we need to do it now. And we need to do it as part of the bond. And I'm sorry, I'm doing this during the budget part and not the bond part, but I'm not going to be awake that long. So I do hope you'll take these good times and invest in the things that make Radnor a great place. And I also encourage all of you, and I think Mr. Fisher and Mr. Curley did a good job of this tonight, that when you disagree, you can do it respectfully. And I hope that the public takes that to heart, because Leslie and I disagree on philosophy, but she does an amazing job every time she gets up here talking about the facts. And so I think we can disagree respectfully, and I hope other members of the audience will try to do that with you as well. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Lisa. All right. Are there any other people there that want to say anything? All right. Do we have a motion? I was outside when.
No, there's no motion required. Oh, yes, that's right. There is. Okay.
It was moved in second. And all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And the motion passes 6-1 I didn't catch Don's vote, but I think it was yay. All right.
Okay, next up, I have, I'll move the adoption of ordinance 2015-18. This is an ordinance authorizing the incurrence by the Township of Radnor of non-electoral debt by the issuance of general obligation bonds, Series 2015, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $15,580,000 for the purpose of providing funds for park and trail improvements, the library, facility improvements, and for current refunding of the Series 2010 general obligation bonds. And just to clarify, it's $8.25 million of new money, roughly $3.3 million of refinancing, for a total of $11.5 million. And I believe there's a DCED requirement to allow for a higher amount. However, we're only going to borrow what we're looking for. Bill, did you want to discuss anything on the bond and give it a little more accuracy than I'm giving it right now? I apologize. I'm a little tired right now.
No, that wasn't bad.
Oh, do we have a second on that? You did. Okay.
Just two quick things. First of all, as requested by the board, the ordinance was amended to include an exhibit that does spell out the sources and the uses for the projects identified. So that is included in the ordinance. We would ask for one slight amendment to what was published, and that is to allow for a little bit of flexibility in the numbers. So if one project is a few thousand over and another is a few thousand short, that we have the ability to move those. I think as written, it's too rigid. So it would just be to amend the sources and uses to say that individual project costs are estimates and subject to change, provided, however, total costs within a project category are fixed, so that the amounts identified for park improvements would not exceed the total amount for park improvements, likewise for the trail improvements. The library number is pretty fixed at the 2.5 million, as is the refunding.
Okay,
that's one thing. The other
so moved. I'll move on that recommendation, the
Second.
language that you stated.
Okay, so what happens if...
Bill, wait.
Well, hold on. So it's a point here. What happens if all the projects in a category are over? How do you decide which ones don't get done?
If we have situations where that occurs, or if they're all under, then we have to come back to the board.
Well, you can't come back, I mean, out of money, right? So you have to...
We will have to come back to the board to determine what gets scaled back, or if additional funds are added.
So you have to issue new bonds then, right?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, that's not the intention at all.
Sounds like it.
What?
Thanks, Bill. Any other comment from you, Bill?
No, sir.
Okay.
So, Mr. Wolf, can you explain why we have 15 million? If it's 11 million, then it's 11 million. If it's 15 million, it's 15 million. So explain this DCED, 15 million to public is very...
Please come up.
While Michael's walking up, that was the second point I was gonna touch on that after the issue of amending the sources and uses was taken care of, so.
And if you can give us a brief explanation. I read the memos, and I get it.
Good evening. Michael Wolf from Ward 2 and Benning and Scattergood. I remember standing up here for an hour explaining this exact thing prior to one of your previous bond issues, and I want to emphasize that the board has done a parameters style of bond issue in 2010, 2012, 2014, and in 2015. Now, you weren't all on the board at that time, and this is pretty loaded with minutia, but I'll try and, at the late hour, make it as understandable as I can. We're asking you to enact an ordinance which permits us to go forward with one or more bond issues but we have to tell DCED a number not to exceed. If that was the only number we had to give them, the total amount not to exceed, we could have used the $11.75 million number. But they also want us to tell them what the not to exceed maturity amount for each year of the 20 years will be. And if we're off on any one of them, we have to come back and re-advertise. So the whole purpose is to not have to come back and to be able to sell bonds on any day of the month when the market is favorable, instead of the old way we used to do it, only on the morning of the day where you have a regularly scheduled meeting. So because the interest rates haven't been set, and because they might not be set for months into the future, we have to take the worst possible interest rate that might occur in every year, and the lowest and the highest, figure out what that does to each maturity amount, and put a cushion on each one of the 20 maturities. It takes a couple hours to do it, but we always end up with a larger issue than we need because we have to anticipate every possibility, including we don't even know which of the 2010 bonds we're going to end up refunding, because some of them right now are losers and we're not going to do those. But if interest rates get a little better, we might add maturities, and I have to tell DCED that in a filing which is going to occur in a couple of days after you enact the ordinance. And I've come a little too close for comfort over the last 10 years with certain clients, and I don't want to violate the maximum individual maturity amounts, and that's you add $100,000 of plus or minus to 20 maturities, and all of a sudden you've got $2 million. Now I can't, I don't think I can give you any more of an explanation than that, but it doesn't take long before the issue size gets large, and it always is a little bit of a shock when the number appears in the newspaper. But we are in no way going to use that number in the newspaper to issue one more bond than is absolutely the minimum number to get done the projects that are on the list and deliver the maximum savings possible on the outstanding 2010s.
Mr. President, if I could, Michael, could I put you on the spot a little bit and just explain in 60 seconds or less reconcile the estimates that are in the ordinance now versus what happens on the day we actually go to market, and why the ultimate borrowing will not use the full 15 million that's in the ordinance?
Well, I'll do the best I can. First of all, we have, as you heard, a little bit over 8 million of new money, and the last time I stood before you, we worked with bond counsel to determine that we couldn't issue more than about 6.5 million this calendar year. So we're already going to have to do 2 issues. We don't know what interest rates are going to be. We shop the bonds all day looking for the lowest possible interest rate amongst a variety of customers. And depending on who is offering to buy each maturity at the best possible rate for you, we will award bonds on that basis, and that will affect the amount of bonds in each maturity. Is that what you're asking me to tell you? Is that the?
I think so. I mean, ultimately, it's assurance that even though the ordinance says 15 million, the ultimate borrowing won't exceed what's in the sources and uses.
And again, if I only had to give the bottom line, it would be easy, but I have to give each line in the 20 lines. And in a 30-year bond, like Ardross, I had to do 30 of those. So that also was grossed up larger than it was. And that was the same with the refunding in the 2012, and it was the same in the refunding of the 2010s. With respect to refunding, I'm incentivized on your behalf to issue the very, very fewest number of bonds possible in order to maximize the savings. So with respect to the refunding portion, I'm forced to use the fewest number of bonds, and otherwise I'm trying to finance whichever projects are in phase 1 and whichever projects are in phase 2. And that all is subject to decisions in the future.
So what's the operative language that prevents $15 million in bonds from being authorized? That's what my constituents want to know. This, I understand, and we're capable of understanding it, Mr. Wolf. Each maturity, when you total it up, could be 15 million. So I need for you to point where in here to give the public the assurance that this board, if something happens to me, doesn't issue $15 million worth of bonds.
Well, I am going to go out on a limb and say it's the appendix that was attached, which gives the project amounts project by project, which adds up to $8,250,000 of new money. That's the assurance.
But there's nothing prohibiting it in the ordinance, is there? Or is there? That's what I'm asking.
That list, in my understanding, is attached to the ordinance as Exhibit
Yes, it is.
D.
But where's the language that says that shall not be exceeded in any circumstance?
So, Suzanne Mays, Cozen O'Connor, I would say two things. One, the second whereas clause defines the project as set forth on Exhibit A, the capital project portion of the borrowing as set forth on Exhibit A.
Right, recitals aren't substantive, though.
Okay, but that's how we incorporate the exhibit. And then the other piece of this is a parameters ordinance. It's the maximum. There's an addendum to the bond purchase contract, which is authorized to be executed pursuant to this, that comes back to the director of finance or the township manager. And they are delegated by the board the authority to sign the addendums for, in this case, likely 2 deals. So...
But I guess the point is, Suzanne, it's really a trust thing that nobody will exceed, because we're authorizing up to $15 million. While you're saying it's unlikely, it's not the intent, there's nothing limiting in here that would prevent a rogue, perhaps, finance director from doing maturities that would exceed for whatever reason.
Except for the fact that you've gotten, so it's first there's a delegation, but you also have described the new money projects with costs.
Yeah, but they're very loose. They're very estimated costs. Many of these costs are just very rough guesses.
Well, the Debt Act
guesses.
There is a certification in here that they're reasonable cost estimates.
They're reasonable, but they're by no means. There could be 50% off or 20%, certainly.
Right, but they're still limited. So if you're saying could they issue more, the Appendix A limits the cost of the new money projects to the 8 point.
Well, let me put it this way: we could have a parameters resolution that would have, as we introduced it, an amount of $11,565,000.
Right, but you would never, it is unlikely that your deal that you actually get in the market would comply with the parameters that were set by maturity if you're going to sum to that total. DCED requires you not to exceed an amount by maturity, including interest rate.
Understood. Well, why not add something in here limiting, saying not to exceed 15 million, not to exceed 15 million, et cetera.
That's here already. You can't issue more than the 15 million.
Right, 15 million, but in no event for all projects. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. That's my point. If you say you can't exceed 15,580,000, then that means you can exceed 11,565,000.
Isn't this the governing factor, the Schedule A?
Yes.
So that if we think our staff is going to use the 11+ million and then push further and try to spend up to 15, we're going to we will have oversight as to each one of these line items.
Right.
Where are you spending that extra $4 million?
Correct. There's no place to spend additional new money proceeds because they're outlined on Appendix A. And they only sum to the 8 million.
Understood, but you can understand there's nothing in here that limits the bond issue to 11,565,000.
Well, the new money piece is limited by the description of the projects that are on Appendix A. And then there's a refunding piece. And then there's I'm losing language, it's getting late. Then there's the differential that is in here to give the township full flexibility in achieving the lowest cost of borrowing, which occurs on the day of pricing, for your new money and your refunding pieces.
Where's that language in there, that differential is in there only to...
That's the DCE. It's there so that you can do a parameters resolution and meet the state law requirements in the Debt Act and get a DCD approval.
Well, sure. Well, Suzanne, why not add that language in there, which would say the differential, the differential is intended to provide maximum flexibility to the issuer and is not an authorization to exceed the amount in Appendix A. Why not add that in there?
Because we try to do these ordinances in forms that are recognizable to DCED with the language that they're used to in traditional style. And this is what is traditional style.
Nothing would prohibit you from putting that language in, though.
But Rich, they're not...
I'd have to look at the language and think about it.
And it's fine. We've had the same form in front of us.
This is about the fourth time that we've gotten this lesson.
2010, 12, 14, and 15.
It is.
Okay, so at this point, any more public comment? I'm sorry.
To say.
I move that we extend for another 15 minutes.
Second.
All
Sorry.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. I don't care. Okay, it's
All right.
don't care. 6-0 with one abstention.
So my
6 to
comments
0
are
with
just the
one
issue in
abstention.
general. They're not particular to, they're not legal or banker questions.
Okay.
Okay. So first, I'm just not comfortable that we can afford it for all the things that were said earlier by other people. I'm also not comfortable that we've done a complete diligence on our part. So this is a larger endeavor, a large endeavor for a short period of time for us. So I still believe this is 45 days old for us. I know other people didn't agree with that assessment, but I think we need more diligence on it. I also, as I said before, I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to issue less in a spirit of compromise, but I don't see myself supporting the entire issue. I want to talk about a handful of procedural and substantive matters. One, so this relates to budgeting as budgeting relates to us paying our debt service. We did discuss this increase from $25 million to around $40 million over a 5-year period. There was some question about the accuracy of that. I believe I resolved that with staff. I believe that we're all in agreement that those numbers are accurate, that we have essentially expanded by upwards of about $15 million in 5 years. A sizable amount of that is non-discretionary. We had pension at $3.5 million, health care at around $1 million. We retired uncompensated absences, which was in excess of $2 million. Salaries, I didn't calculate them, but we have collective bargaining agreements that require salary increases. I'm estimating that was $1 million, and we considerably retired, or we put a lot of money toward retiring our OPEB requirements. Not completely, but we cut into that. So it isn't like we collected a whole bunch more money and we just wasted it. We did a lot of important things, a lot of the people's business with that. There are a lot of discretionary items, and Rich's point, it's a $45 million budget. There's always room for something, and it's not necessarily surplus, but it's discretion. There are some things that some would call surplus, but others would call discretion. We spent a lot of money on stormwater. We spent a lot of money on parks. That was the point that somebody made before. And we bought a lot of vehicles. They're not bad investments, but they were discretionary expenses. We made a big ticket item, $10 million in our Drossen. The point is not to recap whether they were bad or good, but to say there was a tremendous amount of spending, non-discretionary spending. And so this, in my opinion, is not time. This is like some of you are taking this as this is a trigger now. We've done well, and we can now issue $18 million in 12 months, which is what we're going to do. I don't see that at all. And then I think we're crowding out. So it means that this is the problem with municipalities. if you take what we did 15 or 20 years ago, all those core missions that are important, they get crowded out, and they get crowded out by pensions and health care and OPEB and non-discretionary items. So, yeah, so I don't think we have the money to issue, I thought Adrasan was a mistake. I think that this is also a mistake. Then I have some issues with the reasoning that the board is using. So one, I think it's a false premise to say that finally we are investing in infrastructure. Generally, when people talk about that, they mean more than just parks and trails. So a sizable amount of the money that we're going to issue is for parks and trails, something like 16 million of the 18 million over the last 12 months. And we're silent on roads and culverts and bridges and things of that sort. So I don't think that the claim that finally we're investing in infrastructure is valid. I think we're building great parks and great trails, but I don't see it as an investment in infrastructure. There's a little bit of an imbalance to it. Like Leslie said a moment ago, I see the 10 million as a park investment. So that's roughly 16 million in parks and trails. So that's a little bit of an imbalance, I believe, that if we're going to borrow money and invest it, I think that's too much in parks and trails and not enough in other things. I think also we've done an incomplete analysis. Like we had that CARFAC group, we set that up. We didn't consult them on the finances of it. We didn't really talk about the capability to fund these things on using operational revenue. So, for example, we have about 500,000, 475,000 in new debt service that will be put into the budget. That can fund some of these projects and the engineering for these projects over a 2 to 3 year period, and then 3 years from now we issue bonds when we are ready to build as opposed to when we are ready to design. So we didn't discuss that. I also want to know if we can borrow from our OPEB obligation, similar to how you borrow from, yes, meaning that we are investing money, we're paying down a debt that is 45 years in the future. What if we were to use those revenues, essentially borrow from ourselves, repay it with the debt service, similar to how you borrow against your house or you borrow against your 401k when you want to make an improvement in your house. So these are the sort of ideas that we would share with CARFAC, and we haven't done that. So, okay, so where I'm going with it is I don't see myself supporting it. I'd also like to wait. We're going to have new commissioners. In 8 days, we're going to know who's going to sit on this board for the next 2 years. So in my opinion, it's a mistake for us to proceed tonight, not knowing who those commissioners are. So again, I'm willing to engage a smaller issue that largely considers the library and doesn't consider those other items as but I'm not willing to consider the $8 million tonight, at least.
I'll reserve my comments for the end. And are there members? Do you still want to say anything, John?
Just briefly, I just want to be clear. There's $8.5 million of new issuance here to fund long life assets of this township. And if you think about why people want to live here, it's not because our trash is picked up on Tuesdays. It's because we have parks, right? You don't think about trash day, right? You think about parks, think about schools. So here we are, we're trying to do the right thing. We're trying to rejuvenate, refresh our parks. We're trying to improve our trail system. There are a lot of people who were against the trail system when it first went in, but I'll assure you that all the studies are clear. You build the trail, property values go up, crime goes down. Yet everyone says it'll ruin my property value and the crime will go up, but that is not what the numbers show. The numbers show crime goes down, you have more people out of their house. Right now, if you go on cable, you will find in any given day, I'll plug Netflix, there are at least 5 documentaries talking about health in this country. And the number one issue in this country is that most of us are sitting home, watching television, eating high sugar foods, and we're not exercising. So what are we doing in Radnor? We're building trail systems, we're building parks, a reason to get out of the house, the library, a reason to commune with others. This is important. It's not about books, it's about people. Everything we're doing here right now is about people, and that's why I'm going to support it. $8.5 million. When I came into office, our debt was far higher than it is now, even with this $8.5 million. I ran on that. And the point, I did. We refinanced that debt.
No, I'm not saying it's not.
And in 8 years, we didn't issue any debt except for our Drossen. We reissued all of our debt at lower interest rates, and we paid down that debt for 8 years. So I support this. I think it's a good move. It's infrastructure. It's time we really think about improving this township so that we all want to continue to live here, especially as we age. That the number one thing they say that improves aging is exercise. We're going to give people a reason to get outside more.
Is there a motion to extend another 15 minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Passes 6-1. All right, who's going to come forward?
Well, I
from
just
the
want to
audience?
add.
I'm sorry.
When I
John.
look at the budget, the draft budget that we had in front of us tonight, one of the things you notice is we're still spending money on capital improvements, and we're doing it, just like Don said, out of current assets. I think this mix, and especially the bond mix, just tells me that we are good financial managers. We're good stewards of our taxpayers' money. And when I look around us, at communities around us, this is the best bargain on the main line. And I think anybody takes the time to look at it will know that. I also have a view of the future that tells me that we don't take credit for things that we know are coming. And if you factor those monies in, such as the building of houses at our Drossen and the new projects with the old biomed site in Villanova, we could find ourselves in a position where we actually can retire some of our debt. By making it all bank qualified, we gave ourselves shorter windows, and we could be in a position to do that. We're using our money well. It's a tool, and I think we're doing a great job for the citizens.
John, just so you know, the biomed might be exempt.
So I'd just like to, I'm not going to go through all the reasons why I support this. I did that at the last meeting, and I think it doesn't need to be said again tonight at 11:45. I just want to make 2 comments. One, to the timing of this and why we are adopting this parameters ordinance tonight. Over the next month, we also adopted introduced our budget. Over the next month, we will have 2 hearings, and then a final budget will be introduced, and then a final budget will be passed. So that's 4 meetings where we're going to be talking about what's going to be in that final budget. We just introduced the preliminary budget tonight. It is very important for us to have a firm grasp on what we're paying for next year and the year after when we do those budget discussions. So it behooves us tonight to establish this. Is the feeling on this board to go forward with this bond and this funding? And if the answer is yes, those discussions of how we're going to pay for it will be incorporated in those hearings. And as to the CARFAC description, or excuse me, demand and request to bring it to CARFAC, the way that you're right, request. The way that I view this, yes, of course, well, I would love to hear what CARFAC has to say about a bond issue and how we would pay for the payments and whether that's a good idea. But the fact of the need, the requirement that we put the money into this aspect of our community, that's a policy decision. that this board makes, what we believe we should be investing our money in. And it's a policy, we have a board set up to advise us on that, and that is the Parks and Recreation Board. And they have, over the years, put together what we need to do, and they have unanimously recommended to us this year that these are all essential investments that we need to make that we've put off. In fact, their unanimous recommendation was for $7.5 million in new parks improvements, not, and staff cut it back down to 4.3. So that's what, that decision is for us with a recommendation from our Parks Board. I'd be very interested to hear Carfax's opinion on the bond issue and the payments and how our budget should look, but on the fact whether to do it or not, no, that's not their purview. That's our purview as leaders of this township. What assets do we need to protect in this township to make the quality of life as high as it is now? That's all I'll say for now. Thank you.
All right, so I have some all right, go ahead.
I'd like to make a clarification that the composition of this board will not change in 8 days. Everybody else here is assured to be here at least until January 1st.
I don't think that's accurate. Isn't there a, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But
she'll fill out until the
no, there's an election. There's
I said, excuse me, everybody else here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, will be here until January 1st.
Oh, the other 6, yes, that's right.
So the composition of this board.
Yeah, but there were 4 votes. You were one of the 4 votes that introduced this. So
we haven't voted tonight.
okay. Well, I mean, the math is such that, very good.
I won't be here January 1st.
What are we going to do from here on now? It's 14 minutes to go. I don't want to extend past midnight. We have at least 2 members of the audience that want to speak. Are we all willing as a board not to talk anymore and just vote?
Let's hear the public.
Yeah, well, and I just have some comments on the bonds themselves and how they're issued.
You're not willing.
No, I'm not willing. We have to understand exactly how the bonds are going to be worked in the project. So I have a couple of items. Go ahead, Chair.
I am for the bond in principle, although as a senior citizen on a fixed income, this is not simply maybe another $54. $54 happens to make a difference, and I don't think I'm alone. But I'd like to speak to one particular issue, and I would like Commissioner Schaefer to give me the respect to talk about it. And that's the $1,040,000 to extend the trail in some manner towards Martha Brown's Woods. I've thought about this a lot. When that issue was first brought up, it was really to get to our Ardrossan. But also as part of the conversation, pie in the sky was somehow building a bridge so that Radnor High School could hook into this. Well, now you have Penn Med, you've asked them to come in, you have the Chew Tract, and you have going down Lancaster Pike on the north side on Villanova. Are you not looking in the wrong direction? Should that be taken off and go back to the drawing board and look at another way to incorporate the north side? You're not going to be able to go down the south side of Lancaster Pike through Villanova because there's not going to be a sidewalk. There's going to be an internal promenade, and I don't think they're going to like it as a trail. So I ask you to seriously consider removing the $1,040,000 to extend the trail as written down through Martha Brown's Woods. And I know it's the PennDOT right-of-way, which you don't know they will do. And put that in for a later thing because it's not even, in my mind, it's not even concept ready, let alone shovel ready. I think you need to rethink it in terms of the fact you now on Newtown Road have a little bit of the Atterbury, then you have nothing. Ardrossan refused to allow you to put a trail inside the wall, and PennDOT refused to allow you to put something outside the wall. So That's a dead issue going that way. So I think you should take that out and look at the whole thing of how would you get across Lancaster Pike to include the high school, which would flow to Penn Med, which would flow to the north side of the Pike and down Lancaster to continue going, and somehow incorporate this elusive chew track, which I also believe is on the north side. I think that piece of it's going in the wrong direction. Thank you.
I'll make it brief. I just had a really quick question about the bond, where the money's going to go. Is it possible to do a bond like this and have the allocation go in a general fashion to allow these types of discussions to happen later? Because I personally think when money's cheap, it's not a bad idea if you're in a financially strong position to try to get your hands on some cheap money at the time when you know that there's good infrastructure things to do. But then when you have a lot of discussion about, well, should it be how much to the library or how much here or how much there, it's a lot of money to kind of commit it all up front. So if there's a way to say, yes, we want to get some money, our hands on some money, but we're not sure if we want to remodel the house or do the landscape. I mean, if there's a way to do it with a little freedom so that we can say, yeah, let's refi the bond, add some more to it while it's inexpensive, and then go forward and have these discussions about the trail and the library and whatever. If there's a way to do that, I think that wouldn't be a bad idea.
So that leads my question on the Schedule A or Exhibit A. My understanding, Suzanne or Mike, we can use this 11. It's $8,250,000. The dollars can be used for all of these projects that are on this list.
Correct.
But if, say, they all go over, we would then drop some projects off of the list and not get them done with the funds from this bond issue. Could be any other revenue, but they would have to fall off this list.
I think that's right.
And what we can't do is substitute any new projects that aren't on this list and put it in there.
That's correct.
So this does say whatever we spend this money on, it can only be for these projects, some of these if necessary, but not anything that's not on the list.
Yeah, the entire document says that, but in particular, as Suzanne pointed out, the second whereas nails it down.
Right, and that's really the question there. So, and now we're also going to have two bond issues, is what we said. The first one would be roughly it's like 8 in 2015, including the refunding, and then the remaining 3 in 2016, 3.5. Is that the plan?
We don't have a plan, I don't think. We're going to Moody's this week. We're going to get the whole thing reviewed and approved, get a rating on the whole project. Rather than do a lot now and only a little in the new year.
Might split it up even?
More or less, more even than what you said, yeah. So I'm thinking refunding of $3 million plus the library, I would think, since that seems to be ready to go. And maybe, and that's part one, and then part two is
all other projects that
other
were excluded.
Projects, yeah.
So
my sense is, from what I know, is that those funding needs are later in the trail. They're in 16.
Yeah.
So I would say part one is the more immediate things, especially the refunding, which is interest rate sensitive. And then, so I'm thinking, if it's 11 million, I'm thinking more like 5 and 6 or 6 and 5.
And what would be the approval required for the 2016 piece from this board? Is this it, or we have to do another bond purchase agreement? Anything? What do we need to do?
This board would need to take no further action. Like I said, there's a delegation to the Director of Finance or the Township Manager to sign an addendum to the bond purchase contract with respect to the specifics of each of the component parts of the total.
But a board, if differently constituted,
correct,
in 2016, could choose not to issue the second piece if they wanted, if that was the choice of the board, or would they have to?
I think the board would have to take action to rescind this ordinance. This ordinance, for Debt Act purposes, is the authorization and actually the, quote, incurrence for Debt Act purposes of the debt.
So a subsequent board could do a rescission of this and only do the 2015. So it would be within the power of the board at that time. It doesn't necessarily have to go through.
Correct, but I think the board would have to take affirmative action to change the course.
We couldn't just let it hang. We'd have to do a...
Well, you could let the authorization just hang out there.
And lapse?
Well, it doesn't officially lapse. But it would just be unutilized, and staff could be directed to file what's called a certificate of non-completion, where you actually go to DCED and say the township has decided that it is never going to issue the balance. And in fact, once we get done doing what I'll call the two deals, we're practically describing them, very likely we would talk with Bill and with Bob, and they would say, yes, please notify DCED that what I'll call the $4 million increment, which was put in there for the flexibility, is not going to be issued, and have DCED write it down so it would actually, that authorization would disappear because it was never intended to be used for anything other than flexibility in pricing these two deals.
Are we all finished on your points? Is there anybody else? Mr.
Helbrand.
Martin Heldring, 305 Audubon Avenue. I have a question for Bill first and then a couple of comments, but not to put you on the spot, but ballpark, what are the total obligations now of Radnor Township? Total debt, interest that we expect to pay on that debt over time, pension obligations, just ballpark number. Might be.
The current outstanding debt in principal is about 58 million in that ballpark, with interest about 87.
87?
Through 2043.
Add pension and other long-term obligations? We're up about 200 million, roughly, something like
the
that.
unfunded liabilities on those, the pension was roughly 20 million, and the OPEB was around 50.
So 20, so 160 million. Ballpark.
Those are ballparks.
Add this 15 to that? 11 and a half. But 15 is what the resolution says. But okay, 11 to 15 added to that.
8 1/4.
We're talking big numbers.
Yeah.
Right.
Keep in mind, the 3.3 million of this is refunding, so that would...
Fair enough, fair enough.
So 8 1/4.
So let's call 10 just to round it. So we're about 170, 180 million? Ballpark, roughly. Yeah. Does this board have any sense of where the limit is? I'm just curious. When I lend money to companies, I sit and ask them what their current obligations are and what their forecasts are and what their maximum expectations are. And at no point did anybody ask that question. You're just going to tack on another 10 million of this. That's rhetorical, Don. I know there's no answer to it. Oh, there is? Then what is it?
I rely on staff, rating agencies. Okay.
So you can borrow until the rating agency changes your rating?
The rating agency will opine on this.
Okay.
Okay. Every year we do a comprehensive annual financial report.
Yep.
The whole point is this isn't blind. We pay attention.
Okay.
So, I appreciate your sentiment, but it's not like we're being reckless. By the way, John Nagel just reminded me that I think it was in 1987 we borrowed $20 or $30 million in a 2-year period. In 1987. Today's dollars, what is that?
I always find it really a poor narrative to complain about horrible decisions in the past and use that as an excuse for a current decision. I don't know what went happen. I wasn't even living here in 85 or 87.
Can I ask a question about that? So, and Martin, I'll put this question to you.
Yeah.
Or anybody else. But the rating agency, they're not looking at that crowding out phenomena that I identified. All they're looking at is our capability to pay.
That's correct.
So
they look at our entire balance sheet.
There's a difference. They're making a business decision that you have the capability to pay, and that's why they're giving you relatively high reviews. They are not making a business decision that it is good for you or that you should be crowding out or that you should do that. So we often take the relatively high rating, which isn't the highest, but is close to it. And we use that like somehow this is the agency saying that it's appropriate for us to borrow. And I don't think that that's what the agency does when it gives you the favorable rating.
That's right. That's exactly right. But it's 11:59?
A motion, please. Extend 15 minutes?
15 minutes more.
I'm not going 15 minutes. But
Martin, you're going to be the last one, and then we're going to vote, right?
yeah.
Is that fair?
So I have no other questions. I have a couple of comments. I would just point out with regard to this, Mr. Fisher, in the discussion of the resolution about the limit to these meetings, which you've already blown through, made, I thought, a pretty poignant comment that you don't want this board making decisions at 1:05. And here you are making an $11.5 million decision at midnight, 6 days before an election. Does that sound prudent to anybody? Not to me. It's rhetorical.
Well, we have to.
It does. It's rhetorical. In the interest of time, I'm not looking for responses. I've come to the conclusion myself. People who are in the audience can do the same. But it obviously, if it doesn't make sense at 1:05, it doesn't make sense at midnight, and it doesn't make sense 5 days before an election. Mr. Nagel, I'm listening to your comments, and it almost made my head explode. Spend money out of current assets. What? Just don't respond. It's just absolute dribble. And Ms. Tamula, I waited here for 5.5 hours to hear how you would advocate for the 3rd Ward. And all you said in 5.5 hours was that the constitution or the makeup of the board might change in a month. I heard nothing else of any consequence. So if this mailing that I got in the mail, highly competent, fiercely intelligent, I mean, if they've got any standards about advertising, this is false. So, okay, last comment. Don, I appreciate your comments on Carfax.
Really,
Elaine, I have no idea. You love our input.
Martin, please don't get personal with your
I'm
attacks.
complimenting. Okay.
No, over here.
Okay, fine. I would expect the 3rd Ward to have higher expectations around how anyone in that position would advocate for them. How's that? With regard to Carfax, there's a subcommittee specifically chartered, the Capital Assets Subcommittee, I believe by this board, to address how you finance the capital needs of the township. That's what you asked it to do. I'm not suggesting that they replace Parks and Rec. Obviously, they go out and figure out what you want from Parks and Rec, what you need in the library. But how you finance it was the role of Carfax. And saying now that you love their input when it's midnight and you're making this decision is sort of disingenuous. So I think everybody, I've sat here for 5.5 hours. I think everybody makes personal decisions on what they value in life. I value a lot of things, but 2 of them are time and reputation. And what Carfax was represented to me is not what it is based on what I'm seeing up here. So I am submitting my resignation from Carfax. I do not want my name associated with, I'm sorry, Bill, because there are a lot of good people on Carfax, but I don't want my name associated with what is going on up here and have anybody look at the township and say, well, Heldring must support it. And I don't want my time wasted. And that's what you're doing, and that's what's so offensive. That's all I have to say. We get under 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, I think I'm just going to make a 30 seconds here statement, and I'm changing my vote. The last, when this was introduced 2 weeks ago, I voted against it. I've studied our finances. I've evaluated what this bond issue can do for us as a community. It's other than our dross, and I think we only have, it's been 19 or 20 years since we've done any infrastructure bond financing. This is better than a tax increase to pay for infrastructure. As we mentioned earlier, Rich, you have my budget. This document has nothing in it for infrastructure improvements. And so it's dependent, our community is dependent upon that or the budget plus a bond issuance. And much more prudent to issue bonds to pay for infrastructure than it is to raise taxes to pay for infrastructure. I understand we have to pay the debt service, but that can be done over 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. For succeeding generations to have the benefit of these improvements, they'll be required to pay for them. And I think that's the way to go. I think it's sound financial management, and I love this community, and I'm in favor of this, and I hope we get to market and get the best rates we can possibly get. Thank you. All right. I think, okay, it's yours. All those in favor?
But you have an amendment, and then the underlying.
The amendment is Bill White's verbiage to describe the attachment.
Yeah, could you, I've forgotten, could you give us that again?
Sure.
Just the phrase.
Yeah, we would amend the exhibit of schedule of sources and uses to say that the individual project costs are estimated and subject to change, provided, however, total costs within a project category are fixed.
I guess, but based on what Suzanne said, we don't really need to say that, right? With the bond, the projects we list.
Rich, it's already been moved and seconded, for
Can I
God's
just
sake.
answer that? I think it would be a good idea to say that because on its face, you would otherwise be limited to those amounts that are across from each project name. And I'm worried in actual day-to-day management that you could find that one is 10 over and one's 10 under. It just, I think it will create irritations that. Correct.
Yeah, but the bond ordinance, we're limited by these projects anyway in the aggregate, so aren't we, isn't it already there?
In the aggregate, that's what the footnote's trying to say, that in the aggregate, you're limited by trails total number, parks total number, but that if one, within a category, if one costs 10,000 more and one's 10,000 less, that you can move money within the category. That's what the footnote's trying to say, because right now they're just numbers on their face assigned to each specific project.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and.
There's less flexibility.
I think we have the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. It passes 6-1. And on the underlying motion, let us vote on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. And that passes 5-2. And I think that concludes the business of the, we have new business and old business. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to bring anything up? If not, then we're going to go ahead. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It carries 7-0.